Good evening. Happy Cinco de Mayo. Thank you for celebrating with us. Welcome to the May 5th, 2022 Committee of the Whole meeting. I will call this meeting to order. All councilors will be present this evening. Councillor Benton is running a few minutes late. We are going to start with a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. The Pledge of Allegiance in English will be said by Councillor Grout, and I will join my fellow colleagues in saying the Pledge of Allegiance in Spanish. Councillor Lewis wants to start the Pledge of Allegiance in Spanish. Thank you. This meeting is open to the public, and members of the public will be providing comments in person and virtually. For those watching on live stream, it can be viewed through Zoom Webinar, GovTV, and YouTube live from most smartphones, tablets, or computers. Members of the public have the opportunity to address the committee if they have signed up for public comment per the rules published on our agenda and on our website on Friday. Tonight is the second of 3 public hearings the council is required to hold on the city's operating budget. Tonight's meeting will focus on the city's physical goal budgets, which include animal welfare, aviation, environmental health, finance and administrative services, legal, municipal development, planning, solid waste, DTI, data, technology and innovation, and transit. The council will hold a third committee of the whole meeting on Thursday, May 12th to consider amendments or floor substitutes to the bills on tonight's agenda. Public comment will not be taken at the May 12th markup meeting. At the end of the May 12th meeting, the budget as amended or substituted will be sent to the Monday, May 16th council meeting for adoption. Public comment is permitted at the May 16th council meeting. We are going to now go to live public comment. Here are the public comment ground rules. Comments are to be addressed to the committee members only. Each participant has 2 minutes to present. Please keep your comments germane to the topics on the agenda, and any disruptive conduct will result in removal from this meeting. Mr. Moya, will you please call the name of the first speaker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our first speaker is Pete Taylor, followed by Rhiannon Samuel. Doesn't look like Mr. Taylor's here, so we'll move on to Rhiannon Samuel, followed by Nicole Sutton.
Hello, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I am Rhiannon Samuel, and I'm the Executive Director for Naop New Mexico, the Commercial Real Estate Development Association. I have come today to speak in support of the Planning Department's increased budget requests for FY23. As many of you are aware, Naop has been communicating with the Planning Department and the administration to help improve Albuquerque's economy by making the development process more transparent, predictable, and efficient. In 2020, we sent a letter to the city outlining 7 solutions to this issue, and we are pleased that many of those are being worked on. However, we know that in order to have a meaningful, lasting, and positive impact on these development process improvements, we need a planning department that is fully staffed and funded. The budget requests that Director Varela has outlined are vital to accomplishing our shared goals to see Albuquerque thriving. Additionally, as this body considers massive changes to the IDO, increasing staffing at the planning department is imperative to the success of those changes. Thank you.
Nicole Sutton, followed by Christopher Ramirez on Zoom.
Hello. I've never done this before, but my name is Nicole, and these are two of my children. I'm a single parent of 3, and I came to speak in support of zero fares for the transit. I just wanted to come and basically let you know how much we benefit from that. I don't drive. I actually have a lot of anxiety, post-traumatic stress from car accidents. I've never been able to drive. I don't have a license. I have been fully dependent on transit pretty much my entire adult life, and coming to a city where it's prioritized in this way and it's become so available to people like this, it's made it so that we can go anywhere. I mean, we can go to the park. We don't have to plan a trip around, we can only go one time. That's all we've got money for the day. We can actually go to multiple places. We've been able to see the city and in a way we wouldn't be able to because we don't drive and because we don't own a car. So I just wanted to kind of introduce us and let you know, like, we are really benefiting from it, and we would love to see that continue in the city. Thank you.
Hold on.
Ma'am, if you'll just wait. Thank you for being courageous and talking. I promise most nights we don't bite. Councillor Davis.
Thank you, ma'am. Would you introduce these beautiful people to us? Who are they?
Yes, this is my youngest. She's 6. This is Kyleia.
Kalia?
This is my middle, 11. She's Kiel. And my
Kiel.
oldest, a teenager, didn't want to come.
We all understand. I hope you guys keep coming back to City Hall. You're welcome here any day. And don't forget that the free fare project takes you to all of our community centers all summer, all the city pools for free. Everything you need to access for to enjoy the summer is available for you. So thanks.
Yes, we will be on the bus all summer. We'll be at Pride. We're going to the zoo soon.
Oh, good.
Everything we can do, anything.
Thanks. Yay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Moya?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our next speaker will be over Zoom, Christopher Ramirez, followed by Rachel Biggs.
Good evening, committee chair and city council. My name is Christopher Ramirez. I am talking tonight as the chair of the city's transit advisory board. And I want to start by just thanking Nicole and her family for participating. It's so important, chair, just like you said, for our community to feel like they can speak out. Since 2019, the Transit Advisory Board has passed resolutions supporting free and equitable transit in the city. So in 2019, 2020, 2021, and again this year in 2022. So I'm bringing that resolution again to City Council to say that the Transit Advisory Board supports the 1.5 million to extend zero fares through June of 2023. I also work with Together for Brothers. We have worked to collect almost 200 surveys on buses and at bus stops to really hear the impact, just like Nicole shared, of zero fares on individuals and households who are transit dependent. We've heard incredible feedback about how it's made accessible for folks to get to work, school, like Nicole said, to parks and other recreation opportunities. But what I just want to end and say, zero fares make sense for the city's most impacted communities. And we really support City Council, again, that as the Transit Advisory Board, and then my other work as a transit equity organizer, City Council continuing zero fares through 2023. Thank you so much for your time.
Rachel Biggs, followed by MiKayla Baca.
Good evening, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Rachel Biggs. I work at Albuquerque Healthcare for the Homeless. Thank you so much for the time tonight to speak on behalf and in support of the Zero Fares pilot project. Continuing that, I'm excited to see the funding and the proposed budget. This is a key piece of addressing our structural and social determinants of health. We know that when people are able to access transit, they're able to get to the preventative care that they need. It'll make our communities healthier. I'm also excited about the prospect of more people being able to use the bus to get to work and not having to rely on coming somewhere like Healthcare for the Homeless in the morning at 7 a.m. to wait in line to get a bus pass so they can get to work in the morning. They can cut out the middleman and get right to the places that they need to go throughout our communities, which will make everyone in our community happier, more economically prosperous. And I just applaud Albuquerque for investing in this to date and to continuing this in the future. Thank you for
Our next speaker is MiKayla Baca, followed by Jesse Liaki.
Hi, Mr. Chairman. I'm MiKayla Baca, and I'm a youth that rides the bus. This has, like, the free fee fare has been wonderful for my family because I'm a mother of 3 kids and use the bus for attending doctor's appointments, events, job, anything. And like I've said prior, that even 35 cents at times for somebody who's still a youth or a student or whatever could be hard to find, and not having to have that stress added on has been wonderful these last few months. And so yeah.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jesse Liaki, followed by Anita Cordova.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Jessie Liaki. I am a media professional here in Albuquerque, where I was born and raised, and I am Cochiti Zuni Navajo. I'm attending today's meeting to show support for the city's free bus fare pilot program and to thank you for implementing it in the first place. Until very recently, I took the bus every day. For the past 2 years, I used the bus to go to work, to go to the grocery store, to buy dog food, to get to doctor's appointments, pretty much anywhere the bus could get me. I first began riding the bus off and on, either supplementarily or primarily in 2010. And in the last 10 years before this year, I saw little to no improvement in schedules or ridership. These days, I take the 5, 10, 11, or 766 routes frequently, and they're known for being quite rowdy. I would say in the past, I've been assaulted at our city's bus stops. I've lost professional relationships due to inconsistency in the city's bus system. I would get stranded if my phone died. I would end up walking miles to power outlets in order to access my bus pass. While the bus system in Albuquerque is still far from perfect, my daily experience has changed drastically this year. I would say that I have had the best experiences that I've had in over 10 years as a rider on this bus system. And this is all due to the free fare program. My buses are just more regularly full. I get panhandled a lot less. The schedules are more accurate, which means I'm able to get to work reliably and on time. Unsheltered folks who have lived in my community for years are also able to make it to services downtown. So I see folks sleeping at the stops less and less during the day. And I would say the smallest impact is that I was able to stop using the $30 I was spending on bus passes and start getting breakfast instead. And so I am in full support of the free fare pilot program, and I hope it's here to stay. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Anita Cordova.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to speak on behalf of Zero Fares this afternoon. I thank our City Council for making Zero Fares possible, for piloting the project, and for your encouraging behavior of keeping it in the budget as Zero Fares through June 30th, 2023. And I urge that that remain a permanent decision in our city budget. I am a lifelong resident of Albuquerque. My mother was a grand mal epileptic. We relied heavily on public transportation. In my professional life, I work at Albuquerque Healthcare for the Homeless, and I'm on the president of the Albuquerque Affordable Housing Coalition. For all of these issues, Zero Fares are super important. They make it possible for people to get to work, to get to healthcare, to get to their academic endeavors. And approving Zero Fares, as you know, is not new for Albuquerque. In the past 4 years, you've done it for youth, seniors, veterans, and now for all. It's very exciting and very encouraging to be a city of Albuquerque under our logo of One Albuquerque to see this happening, because lack of transportation, of access to transportation, is a major social determinant of health. And without the transportation, people get sicker, they can't get to work, and they can't play, and they can't go to do the things that are important to them. As you know, transportation touches on every aspect of our lives, whether it's work, play, or we go to school. It also impacts our physical and natural world. It plays a pivotal role in shaping human interaction, economic mobility, and sustainability, of which you have heard of throughout some of my other peers who are commenting today. Public transit supports pedestrian and bike safety and increases affordable housing by facilitating access to employment and the academic life that we've already spoken about. Furthermore, as my peer Rachel Biggs mentioned, area nonprofit organizations like Albuquerque Healthcare for the Homeless could save as much as $1.6 million over the next 3 fiscal years that previously went to purchasing bus passes. This year alone, Albuquerque Healthcare for the Homeless shifted a $50,000 budget line item from bus passes to support our COVID safety measures for a clean and safe health facility.
Thank you,
I
Anita.
urge
Your
you.
time is up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Zoom attendee under the name Maya King, can you identify yourself? Because we do not have you scheduled for public comment.
Oh, I apologize for that. My name is Maya King. I am representing NAVA EP and NM Native Vote.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, this person just didn't sign up for public comment, but obviously it's your prerogative if you would want to allow them, but they did not register beforehand.
That's strange. I did earlier.
Go ahead, Mr. Moya. It's okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Maya.
Yeah, I am representing NAVA EP and NM Native Vote. We are in strong support of the Free Fares for Albuquerque program. Many Native American folks rely on public transportation, and as well as many students rely on city buses. And we have to take into consideration not always having disposable income to being dropped off and picked up. And folks shouldn't have to make the choice between getting food and where they need to be. So we are in very strong support of keeping free fares for Albuquerque. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, that concludes public comments.
Thank you, Mr. Moya. Welcome, Councillor Benton. We are going to start with Mr. Jesse Muniz from Council Services. He's the Associate Director of Budget and Finance, and he's going to give us a brief presentation regarding the FY23 budget proposal. Mr. Muniz.
Madam Chair, members of the council, thank you once again. Welcome back for round 2. I just wanted to give you a brief introduction of the budget this year related to the physical goals. This is just a reminder from last week. These are the 8 city goals that we currently have that our budgets go towards. This is just a reminder of the total appropriations in the proposed budget, 1.4 billion overall, 841 million in the general fund. This slide is just taking the goals once again, reminder of the 8 goals, where the percentage of the general fund is related to those goals. As you can see, public safety is the highest at 48% of those goals. This table is just a breakdown of departments we'll be listening to this evening. Shows the proposed budgets for 23, the change from last year, and the percentage change. Some of the things you'll hear about tonight, we do have a new department that was created, General Services Department. It was branched off from our Municipal Development Department. So you'll see a large decrease in Municipal Development and basically the same increase in General Services. And to close, this is just a reminder of the fund balance reserves that are currently sitting in the proposed budget. Our 1/12 operating mandated is at 70 million. We have reserved 15 million for a Downtown Valley project, $4 million for debt service for some upcoming bonds, and a $2 million reserve for a fuel escalation hedge. With that, I'll turn it away.
Thank you, Mr. Muniz. Stephanie Yara is the Director of Finance and Administrative Services. Ms. Yara will start the presentation and then call on her colleagues to give their portion of the presentation. Mr. Davis, I'm assuming you're here as well, right? You want to participate. It's Cinco de Mayo, right? Yeah. So councilors will have an opportunity to ask questions of each department after they are presented. Ms. Yara.
Thank you, Madam Chair and councilors. Again, we're going to have a presentation similar to last week. We'll do some technical budget stuff and bring up the directors. Mr. Moya, if you could change the slide, I just wanted you to see these are the departments that will be up tonight. We're going to change the order a little bit. The request of the CAL chair. We're going to go ahead and do the Office of Internal Audit and the Inspector General, and then we're going to jump into Municipal Development and General Services, and then back to the order. So I'm going to hand it to Mr. Davis, and he's going to start.
Thank you, Ms. Yara. Good evening, Madam Chair. So first off, we got the Office of Internal Audit, Ms. Nicole Kelly, City Auditor. In her place tonight will be Marissa Vargas, who is the Internal Audit Manager. Ms. Kelly's off at training in Chicago tonight. So starting off internal audit with the FY23 proposed general fund budget of $1,008,000, 8 general fund positions. And really this is a maintenance of effort budget. The only item included in this year's budget was funding of $54,000 for outside legal services, technical review services, staff training, and office equipment. And Ms. Marissa Vargas has one slide she would like to go over with you.
Hello, I'm Marissa Vargas, and I'm the manager for the Office of Internal Audit. Our department provides accountability and transparency to departments within the city. Usually our work product is a report, and thus this year we've issued 13 reports. 5 of them are related to performance audits. 7 are follow-up reviews where we validate the departments have implemented recommendations we have suggested, as well as 1 strategic review, which was a new work process for us where we went back for the past 2 years to look at all the audits and make sure that recommendations were being worked and implemented. City management agreed or partially agreed with about 100% of the recommendations we've issued thus far. And also I'd like to point out that we've been responding to a lot of different department requests this year. Usually those are requests for audits, and at this point in the year we're up to 10, whereas on our audit plan we did have 10 audits scheduled. So usually because those requests are of a high risk nature, we do have to, we perform them, accept them, but we do have to drop some of the audits on our audit plan just due to our limited resources. I'd like to also point out that our satisfaction survey, we've maintained a 4.8 out of 5. And with the increased funding for FY23, we're actually going to be able to attain additional training and competencies in the areas of IT and cybersecurity that'll allow us to identify IT threats within the city. Additionally, we'll also be able to purchase technical review services that will review our end product, our reports, and make sure that they're clear and understandable. Thank you.
Councilors, any questions? Councilor Davis?
Madam Chair and Acting Auditor, thank you so much for being here. I wanted to ask, you mentioned that, and we saw this in the notes, that sometimes when the mayor's office or city councilor adds these sort of special audits because of something in the news or something that's come to our attention that needs attention, and you said that sometimes delays the others. But the budget request doesn't really reflect, I think, like a proposal to increase the number of expected special audits, for example, above what it was last year. But they have been increasing. This new metric, is that sufficient? Do we need to start looking at supplementing auditing services to ensure that these sort of hot button or unexpected audits don't take away from the necessary duties of the day-to-day work?
So, Madam Chair and members of the committee, that's a good question. And so it's a balance that we do have to sort of maintain, what did we intend to do versus the requests that we're getting. It's actually a good sign that we're actually getting requests for audits. And so that's something we're trying to factor in, going forward. We did for FY23 request an additional position. It wasn't funded, unfortunately. But we are trying to see if we maybe can purchase outside like external auditing firms to assist us with these audits so that we can continue to address the audits that we had on our audit plan while also completing these requests, which, like I said, they're usually high risk, and so we don't want to ignore them.
And Madam Chair, I just might point out, I realize I'd like to take a new look at that white paper, but also at mid-year, I think we often overlook sort of internal audit and inspector general and other sort of smaller departments that are sort of structural to the city, but I do think that we ought to take a look at mid-year if we're continuing to see more and more of that. I think we ought to be sure that we're prioritizing that, because as we're asking our departments to do more with a lot more money this year than we've had in previous years and a big staffing shortage or delayed staffing, whatever the term we're using now, I think the opportunity for us to drop the ball in places or not be as proficient as and effective and efficient as we have been is expected, but we need to be on top of that. And so I'd love for us to at least sort of put a flag in doing that at mid-year if we continue to have exceptional revenue.
Any other questions, counselors? Counselor Sanchez?
I just had one question. Now that with all the cyber threats going on, have we had any kind of cyber threats that we had to deal with in the city?
I don't think that I could speak to that. You know, that would be other departments. We haven't had any requests to audit any of those areas, but we do know that within the city, not just within the city, within the nation, that's on the rise. And so that is on our radar. And looking at our work plan for FY23, we do want to be proactive and maybe incorporate something on our audit plan to address that.
Thank you, Mrs. Vargas. I think it's really important that we do make sure that we address anything that could happen that way, that in the realm of cyber attacks. And I think it's very important that we all think ahead. Thank you.
Any other questions, counselors? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Davis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Next up, we got the Office of Inspector General. Ms. Melissa Santisteban is the Inspector General. We have a FY23 proposed general fund budget of $581,000 for general fund positions. Really a maintenance of effort budget as well. The proposed budget includes $19,000 for annual maintenance for the department's CMTS software, which manages their work papers and their investigations. And Ms. Santisteban will present a slide to you.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Councilors. I'm Melissa Santisteban, and as he indicated, I am the Inspector General. What I wanted to do tonight is kind of highlight what we've done thus far in fiscal year 22 and how we've utilized the data that we have collected in order to project what we're going to need for fiscal year 2023. If you look at the slides that we have provided, we have some charts there for fiscal year 22 that shows the number of reports received by the OIG. We had 60 reports that we anticipated receiving, but what we actually received as of April 12th was 158 complaints coming into our office. As of today, that sits at 176. Of those complaints that have come in, we have closed 147 as of April 12th, and again, as of today, that we have closed 160. Not all of those reports will or complaints will result in an actual investigation, but they do result in us doing work to be able to assess and validate those complaints and vet them. The investigative reports that we have presented, we have 31 to date. There are 30 as of April 12th, 31 actual investigations completed, which I believe is up from the year before by about 19 reports. Projected by the end of the year, we expect to have 38 reports. And currently today, I think I told you we're at 31 with 3 more in the works at the moment. Should be presented here fairly shortly. We have reviews and inspections that we do. Those are proactive, generally speaking, and they're going to provide some kind of oversight or assessment of controls in the city or processes in the city that we think might be enhanced with a few other controls or actions by the city. And we have completed to date 2 of those, with 2 on the burner right now to be completed by year end. With the numbers that we are seeing for fiscal year 22, we are anticipating that we would be able to complete 165 complaints coming in. And as far as reports, we think that we'll be able to close 155 of those next year. Actual investigations, we're sitting at approximating 30 for fiscal year 23, although that could grow.
Thank you, Ms. Santisteban. Any questions, counselors? Did you say that there's going to be 38 more anticipated, or a total of 38 for this year?
A total of 38 reports, which would double what we have done in previous years in terms of posting.
Okay, thank you. All right. Ms. Yara, Mr. Davis?
Madam Chair and Councilors, the next department up is Municipal Development. Mr. Patrick Montoya is here to discuss this department and also the General Services Department. And let's see, Mr. Moya, I'm sorry, I don't know the page number. It's about in the middle of the presentation. There we go. All right, DMD's budget for, proposed for FY23 is $39 million. That covers 228 general fund positions. They have a variety of other funds that they also handle, and those comprise another 107 positions for a little over $12 million.
Ms. Yara, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Are we doing DTI or are we doing DMD?
DMD.
Thank you. I just want to catch up on the slides.
Sorry, it was there at one point and then.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Just hold on one moment. I had to go and make sure everyone was on their toes today. So switched it around on everyone. Sorry. Okay.
There you go.
All right. Thank you.
All right, and so the biggest thing that's happening in DMD this year, of course, is the creation of the General Services Department and the transfer out of the security, facilities, energy and sustainability, and the Gibson Medical Center from DMD into the new department of almost $38 million. The budget also includes $10 million of one-time funding for facilities and building improvements, and another $200,000 for the Westgate Community Center and some needs there. I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to Mr. Montoya.
Thank you, Stephanie. Madam Chair and members of the committee, got a short presentation for you this evening, and then we're open for any questions that you might have. Let me begin by just starting with DMD. So I'm going to talk just a little bit about DMD as it currently is, and then I'll talk about general services as part of that presentation. Currently, DMD has right at 671 positions. We have a total of 14 divisions, so 14 division managers make up DMD. 3 deputy directors, 1 associate director. Under the new reorganization, DMD will look like the following. I'm not sure what, there we go. We will keep the engineering division, construction services division, traffic engineering, street and storm maintenance, the CIP division, parking, IT, real property, and fiscal. So a total of 9 out of the 14. I want to just highlight some of the accomplishments in FY22 and some of the challenges that we might have in FY23. Mark Motzko is the CIP official for the department. Under his leadership, we were able to complete the Westgate Community Center in Councillor Pena's district, Singing Arrow Community Center in Councillor Grout's district, the International District Library in Councillor Davis's district, APD Southeast Area Command, also in Councillor Davis's district, the Explorer Museum in Councillor Benton's district, and within the last year, a little over $300 million in projects throughout various council districts, as well as rehab on a lot of our buildings. We were able to complete the flu shop at the rail yards this year, again in Councillor Benton's district, and the tender repair shop and the boiler shop also in Councillor Benton's district. One of the major challenges, and you're going to hear this throughout the night, especially even in my presentation, is just the rising construction costs that we're experiencing. The supply chain issues actually making it a little harder to obtain materials. Our delays now are anywhere from 6 to 8 months on a lot of the materials that we need for most of our projects. And then just lack of available construction companies or individuals that work for those companies. The parking division is headed up by our acting manager, Maria Grego. In FY22, we were able to install cameras at the entrances and exits to all of the city-operated parking garages. We installed pay-on entry for all city-operating garages as well. We issued a little over 25,000 citations. We installed several of our meters throughout the city. One of the challenges that we face in 23, just upgrading our existing meters. We have about 3,200 meters throughout the city. All of those are 2G right now. We're going to a 4G and a 5G, so there is an expense involved with that. And then continued upgrades of our aging facilities. We manage 7 parking garages and 4 lots. All of those need some sort of repair over the course of time. As you know, the parking division it generates its own funds. It's a revenue generating program. So whatever earnings we make, we put back into the buildings that we currently have. The engineering division, headed up by Paula Dodge Kwan, we established the Vision Zero program. We hired an individual that is running that program. We'll have 2 other individuals working with Valerie in that program itself. We completed the Marble Arnold Pump Station in Councillor Benton's district, getting close to cutting the ribbon on that within a few weeks, I would imagine. Construction of the West Side Boulevard in Councillor Lewis's district. There was a little bit of delay because we allowed the Water Authority to install lines up to Intel. That delayed that project by about 3 months. We're now back on schedule to complete that somewhere around mid-August or so. Wells Park construction phase 1 and 3. Phase 1 was 4th Street, Councillor Benton, and then phase 2 is actually 1st Street from Mountain to I-40. And then we actually completed 64 complete street projects throughout the city in most city council districts. Major challenge for us is just the match requirements for the federal dollars. That's always a challenge for us when we receive federal dollars, either through the Department of Transportation or FHWA. There is a federal match that has to come out of either our operating budget or on occasion we can match it with a state grant. And then just staffing shortages. You'll see that we have 13 vacancies out of 25 positions, and I'm sure you'll have questions about the engineers, but that is a hard-to-fill position, several vacancies within the department. Construction services, these are the folks that oversee all of the projects that are undertaken by the private contractors and city staff as well. Brian Wolf is the manager of that program. 38 employees and 7 vacancies at this point. We just completed the Alameda Horizon intersection improvements in Councillor Bassan's district, prepping for Balloon Fiesta, the 50th anniversary. That additional signal has been installed and is fully operational. We installed hawk signals on Central at San Pedro and Nob Hill, both in Councillor Davis's district. We issued about 3,800 barricade permits, so that tells you that there is a lot of construction going on the roadways throughout the city. And then in addition to that, on our own dime, so to speak, and if you have questions on sidewalks and how that is handled, I'll address those as well. But out of the city coffers, we repaired or replaced about $3.3 million of sidewalks throughout the city. Challenges, again, just retaining licensed professionals, surveyors, and engineers. Our surveying crew finally is at par where it should be. We were lacking about 3 surveyors on behalf of the city, and then just keeping our projects on schedule. Again, just the delays, material or staffing for those projects. And then finally, Dave Harrison is our street maintenance division. These are the folks that do all of the pothole repairs and things of that nature. We completed nearly 200 lane miles of street rehab. Just for your information, we currently have right at about 4,600 lane miles throughout the city. Those are paved roadways in every council district. We completed bridge maintenance. We have 42 bridges that we maintain throughout the city. We were able to repair, we're on our 9th repair this fiscal year. We also maintain arroyo miles. We have 155 miles of arroyos that we maintain. And we also clean out all of the storm drains throughout the city. We partner with the MAFCA. There's a good partnership with them in keeping their channels clear, and they are assisting us with storm drains, but that is a challenge for us as well. And then probably no surprise to a lot of you, we did right at about 11,500 potholes. Our policy is that we repair a pothole within 24 hours, max 48. We have a crew that works on weekends and evenings to get those done. That is the biggest challenge for us. We have a small crew that does that, but they're out there and they're pretty busy. Challenges, you're going to hear the same thing again, rising costs, lack of staff. And last but not least is Tim Brown. He's the division manager for traffic engineering. That's the group that manages all of the traffic signals throughout the city. We have 667 traffic signals, 82,000 stop signs, and well over 100,000 street signs throughout the city. So just keeping those maintained and up is a challenge. We currently manage right at about 32,000 street lights, and we average somewhere around 200 knockdowns a year. So as a light is knocked down, again, the policy is with our contractor to get them back up in 72 hours. We've restriped 100 miles of city streets, 70 intersections, and 48 school crossings. The striping season for us is right around mid-March to late October. If the weather permits, we can go into November. We use 3 or 4 different companies in Albuquerque. And then working through the challenges, again, just the whole idea of staffing. With that, I'm going to close, and I need to say a big thank you to 671 employees in DMD. I know other departments are here, and they feel like they've got the best and hardest working employees, but I have to say that DMD has the best. So on my behalf and the deputies, thank you to our staff. And with that, Madam Chair, I'm open to any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Director. Counselors, any questions for Director's amazing department? Counselor Benton, Counselor Davis?
So, Director, as you stated, we not only have a staffing challenge within our own office, but also within our consultants and their capacity to take on projects. And I know we've kind of backfilled some of our own vacancies with private sector contracts. I think I support that. We need to do that. And also, many of us here have supported in the past the trying to be more competitive with our engineer and project manager salaries, but it seems like we're always falling behind on that. And I just want to say that I know it's a changing environment, and I, for one, support us having those project managers. These are the projects that we get the calls about. I just at a neighborhood meeting last night, just asking the usual questions. I mean, there are similar questions, I'm sure, in every council district about, how long it's taking, or when are they going to get to my street, et cetera. So, yeah, just for the new counselors, we have really supported these salaries in the past, as we have, I think, recently with the planning department, where there's another challenge there. And, I'll speak for myself, but I think for many other counselors that we stand ready to have those discussions again if we have to. We've got, as you say, we've got some great staff that are a pleasure to work with, but boy, I know how hard they're trying to just keep up.
Counselor Feeble-Corn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, Councillor Benton pretty much said what I had to say, but I do want to ask the director, is there, in your mind, what would be needed to make those positions, particularly engineers and traffic engineers, competitive and be able to fill those positions? What kind of pay increase do we need? What do we need to do? Because that is by far the most popular request I get from District 7 residents. And right now, there's a really long wait for services, not because your staff's not doing their job, because you don't have enough staff to do everything. So I just wanted to kind of hear a plan and what you need.
Madam Chair and Council Feeble-Corn. So that is a challenge not only for the city of Albuquerque, but I had a long discussion today. I do a monthly phone call with the Department of Transportation, with the county. They're experiencing the same thing. So there's a shortage of civil engineers for the most part at the state level and at the county level. I believe that our salaries right now are very competitive, and as a matter of fact, are a little bit ahead of both the county and the state. The biggest challenge that we have in the private sector is with the labs, and both Los Alamos and Sandia are able to hire their individuals at a little bit higher pay. Now, the other thing that they're allowed to do is they have their employees, as we do as well, but they allow them to telework for most of the week as opposed to coming into the office. What's interesting is I've had probably 2 Zoom calls in the last week where the consultants that are designing projects for us are either based in Tucson or they're based in Phoenix. So they're allowing them to design road projects for Albuquerque or buildings, if you will, from a different location. But I think I'd be honest with you, I'm not sure that pay is the solution here. I'm sure more pay might attract a few more individuals, maybe at the lower level of the scale, an E15 or an E16. But when you get up to the 19s and the 18s and the 19s and the 20s, those individuals, I believe, are at a competitive rate with the local municipalities. On the private sector, they're experiencing the same things as Councillor Benton said. They just can't find individuals to come work for the firms. So what that does is They farm out their projects among 1 or 2 or 3 individuals, and we don't get 100% of their time every day, and that's how, it's just a matter. We read where we're probably, after the 2008 recession, there was a decrease in the number of civil engineers that were needed, and there are a lot of them that were laid off. So that is a profession that has not come back from that recession.
Thank you. One more question, Madam Chair. You mentioned ADA accessible sidewalks, and you know, with Vision Zero and with our plans to try to get people out of cars and onto sidewalks and into buses and onto bike lanes, a huge percentage of the sidewalks in my district are not ADA compliant. I assume there's a plan to get the entire city up to speed, but I realize that that is a very long-term, very expensive plan. But could you talk a little bit about that and what would be required in terms of funding to get us there?
Madam Chair and Council Feeblecorn, so that is a good question. So very quickly on sidewalks, the sidewalk in front of an individual's home is the responsibility of that person. So if it's buckled or cracked, that person is responsible for maintaining that sidewalk. If it's a sidewalk on the back side of your home that faces the street, then it's the city's responsibility. And if it's at the corner on the side of the house, it's our responsibility as well. We did an assessment about 4.5 years ago, and to bring all sidewalks within the city of Albuquerque up to par, it was right at about $95 million. So it's a pretty hefty price tag to get all of those done. When we go in and rehab a street, or if we have a new street that's under construction, we immediately put in all of the new curb cuts as well as the ramps that are required by that. And if we get federal dollars, we just did $3 million worth of work in Councillor Davis's district last year, I think it was, where we had a federal grant. We were able to go in within the international district and did quite a few of the sidewalks that were there. But again, it's an issue of money, and you know, it's something that we don't all have. But in today's world, inflation at 10 or 12%, we're probably at 100 million plus to do every sidewalk within the city. And I'll give you an example. In your council district, I know that we're working currently on Morningside and Carlisle, and we have one ramp on the southwest corner, I believe it is, but we need 2 more ramps in order to make that fully accessible in order to install the crosswalk. So those are the challenges, but again, when we go in and rehab, we try to repair them immediately.
Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Director, and thank you. My colleagues hit on most of those things. I wanted to say we're always looking for the positive things, and despite the fact that we have a lot of sidewalks to do, it was our federal partners and CDBG dollars that we were able to lobby for to do that in the international district, where we had access and equity issues and some of the really high need. And it reminds us how important it is that as we're going through not just our budget cycle, but our federal partners are asking for recommendations, and our state legislators. Our legislators in District 6 a few years ago, we all teamed up, and they gave us dollars from state capital outlay, not for big, fancy, shiny things, but we all committed to working on sidewalks. And your department stepped up and said, if they'll fund it, they'll work on it. And so it reminds us that it's not just the city's obligation. They're not the funnest things to fund, but residents who need it really do appreciate it. And I wanted to say thank you. $3 million from where we started a few years ago as an unfunded mandate has been quite the accomplishment, and I see it in our district. I see it downtown in Councillor Benton's district right now along 1st and 2nd Streets a lot. There's a lot of that in Wells Park. Director, I wanted to ask, I realize there are a lot of factors going in this across the city, but I noticed in DMD in particular, 107 vacant positions. That's probably moved a little plus or minus since the budget documents were put together, but it's significant when you look at departments. It's on the level of percentage of APD, and that gets a lot of attention. Right. This does not, but the folks are doing the hard work every day. I want to sort of tee this up, and my colleagues will hear me say this until we get to HR for Director Romero, just to tee that up. Does your department have a recruiting program? Do you have a recruiter? I know you have an HR representative, but do you do specific work to try to target specific positions in the community given this competitive market, or do you rely on our general postings? What do you do in order to try to fill these positions, especially some of them that are so cool and unique? Like somebody wants to be the NTMP person to build neighborhood streets and accessibility. Somebody wants to work on ADA issues and Vision Zero. Like, what are you doing to help advertise those special, cool things that we do?
So, Madam Chair and Councillor Davis, let me begin by recognizing the Deputy Director that oversees security, because I think that's one of the areas that we try to go out and recruit as much as we can. So Paul Rogers is right behind me. Paul, if you'll just stand. But I can let him address that, or let me address just in general recruiting. So we do participate when we can with the recruiting events that take place out of human resources. We've also done the bonuses this last year. But when it comes to vacancies, let me just address that very, very quickly. And just like any other department, there is a shortage of individuals that want to come work for the city. I think, I'm not sure where what number you pulled, but just to be transparent, as of this morning, we had 182 vacancies. Now, 26 of those, more or less, are in the pipeline they're in some stage of getting filled. So if you bring that down to about 150 or so, roughly 42, 44 of those are security officers. Those are hard to fill positions for us. We even bumped up the salary. We pay them $18.53 an hour to start. But it's been hard to recruit and retain security officers. The other big vacancy that we have is in the J series, the blue collar. So when it comes to street maintenance, the individuals that fill the potholes or run the street sweepers or that sort of thing, that's another area that is hard to fill. We do not have a recruiting position. I know Paul can address that if he'd like to. We would like to get that in the budget. We had talked about a trainer and a recruiter of some sorts. You have it there. Paul, do you want to address it real quick? I'll let him do that. Just what our efforts are thus far.
Paul, would you introduce yourself for the new folks here?
Madam Chair, Councillor Davis, and the rest of the council, I am Paul Rogers. I'm a Deputy Director for DMD and will soon be GSD.
We did call each other this morning for the appropriate
I oversee of several divisions. Security is one of the operations I oversee. Of course, and the time we're in is very unique, trying to recruit folks. One of the things that we've embarked on a number of different initiatives trying to get more people in the door. We've partnered with Kirtland Air Force Base, Workforce Solutions. We're constantly trying to reach out. The city has a hard to recruit bonus that they've put into effect. So certainly there's been a number of things already done, trying to think outside the box to see what additional measures we can take. And one of the things that I've seen work in the past is a little bit more TLC. If we had a full-time recruiter, right now we have sergeants doing it on overtime, so it's kind of difficult for them in their work schedule. We found in the past at my prior employment that if we have somebody that is consistently a custodian, for lack of a better word, and can remain in communication with folks and guide them through the process, that we are more successful in bringing more people in the door.
Madam Chair, can I follow? Deputy Director Rogers, thank you so much. That's exactly, you sort of led right into where I was trying to go, and I'm glad you're here. Thank you, Pat, for bringing him. I think the department had presented a white paper on hiring a recruiting manager for DMD security in particular. We know those positions are hard to fill. We talked about that when we implemented zero fare. We wanted to be sure that transit and DMD security were well supported. That was a big commitment from this council to the riders and to our community, that we wanted to make our facilities more safe. And you all took on the responsibility, your staff and your officers took on the responsibility to say that if we would increase their pay and increase their training a little bit and give them more help, they would be willing to go out in the field and try to address those at city facilities, city bus stops, et cetera. And I think they've done their part. My concern in the budget this year is that there were some white papers that were presented and weren't necessarily forwarded from the administration, but I think they deserve a look from this council. One is a recruiting manager, and I think there are a number of places in different departments across the city that we've identified as hard to hire or have a high turnover rate because they're relatively entry-level jobs. I think I would count for some of our younger new security officers, these are excellent first jobs or second jobs to get into the public sector. They provide an opportunity for you to go anywhere in the city, particularly in the public safety realm, just like we use our PSAs, and some of them have become PSAs. I think we ought to look more at recruiting as a real job in the city, particularly in a tight labor market like this, when we have so much to offer and we lose so much with our high benefit cost, and should be an incentive. But it takes us a while. When we train somebody new, it takes us 6 to 8 weeks just to get an advertisement. It can take some departments 4 months to hire someone. We lose a lot, and so I think those recruiting investments are important. I hope we'll take a look at that as we begin to structure budget amendments here. The other, and I don't want to take too long, but Mr. Rogers, I wanted to ask, one of the things that concerned me in the security piece was that we learned that being a DMD security sergeant is a really hard job because it's about 9 jobs. It's the recruiting person, it's the officer on backup, it's proactive patrol. They're also manning their own call phone and being their own dispatcher for their units and themselves and keeping up with everybody. There was a white paper for a communications specialist service, basically a DMD or transit security dispatch center. I wonder if you could, in 30 seconds or less, because my question wasn't even that, explain to us what that would look like and how important that is to safety. And then I worry about this because our city security officers are no longer at fixed posts. They're on patrol. They're responding to calls. And we owe it to them. I recall when Councilor Pena was our budget chair, under her leadership, we added a special bump for our J-Series folks to be sure that they were getting help. In one of my first budgets, we added vests for our city security officers because they didn't have those. We've been investing in them and asking to do more, but I'm really concerned if they need help and they call for it, if we don't have a dispatcher, if we don't have somebody whose job it is to own keeping up with everybody. If the sergeant's busy on her own calls, she might miss that call. And so I wonder if you could tell us very briefly about why a communications center for our security net is now so important.
Madam Chair, Councilor Davis, you're 100% correct. Right now, a security supervisor / sergeant is performing several different functions at once. Not only are they trying to manage and supervise the folks beneath them, but they have the on-duty cell phone. So all of the phone number that you see posted all over the city facilities to call security 24/7 is that person, as well as all of the units around town, whether it be mobile or a fixed facility, that are in need of anything or just want to report some proactive activity. Hey, we just checked a building and everything's okay. That all goes to that person as well. So if they're predisposed on the phone and somebody's trying to get them on the radio, they may not hear that, and unfortunately that happens daily. So it is a huge safety issue. We also, with the dispatcher position, would like an ancillary job for them of record keeping. We have nobody doing record keeping. We have tasked some of the lieutenants to do spreadsheets, but our record keeping is kind of in its infancy, and we want to expand that because of zero fare and other things that we've been tasked to keep track of. So certainly it's a huge issue for us, and we would like sometime in the future to have a nerve center that has those dispatchers as well as somebody that's constantly monitoring all our CCTV feeds.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I took too much time, and thank you both. I wanted to raise that issue because I think it's so important. We've done so much to invest in them. This conversation started when one of our security officers at the zoo, if I recall, was engaged in a save some folks, and I don't remember if it was a gun or a knife, but something, and was extraordinary in their service, but wasn't able to get help, and it really did open our eyes years ago to that. I'm concerned that that's an issue, and I hope that the administration will reconsider and sort of work with us to see if we can figure out how to at least start that process to develop some of those tools we need for recruiting and for safety, so that when we get somebody in, we can keep them and keep them safe.
Councilor Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director, the department at one time had a priority list of roads that needed crack repair and crack seal. And it was a priority list. It listed, I think, every road in each council district, and I think I remember even seeing some maps, like colored maps. And it was great because we would be able to show our constituents if they were concerned about, especially on the west side, with some of the crack repair, which you could lose small dogs in some of those cracks and
Good.
some of the repairs on some of the cracks on the west side roads, but. So I'm a lot of concern over that, but it was great because we were able to show them on the priority list and even show them about the period of time that those cracks might be repaired or sealed, or even I think you guys even had where some of the roads would be, have a slurry seal on it.
Mm-hmm.
But I haven't seen anything like that in a while. I mean, do you all produce that anymore? Is that something that you could help us with?
Madam Chair and Councilor Lewis, let me start by, I know your policy analyst asked for that map, and I'm not sure if she provided it to you or not, but that is available. We can make that available to any council district, and that'll give you the condition of the roads, and it'll also tell you what is scheduled for that paving season. Again, just like striping, any work that we do on our streets, for the most part, is mid-March to about the latter part of October, November. So I will get that to Giselle again tomorrow if I could. That way she has it available to her. But that is available to any council district. We rate our streets on, we have 5 different categories, and that's basically how we project what we're going to do the following year.
That would be great. I mean, the only thing I think that we received when Giselle requested that was a 1-page listed some of the roads in our district. Didn't have time periods, no map, not really anything other than just the name of the road, a very small list of the name of the road, and then other roads where it's to and from. And so what you're describing, I've not seen. If you have that, I'm very interested in being able to utilize that. I sure appreciate it.
Councilor Bassan and Councilor Lewis, we can get that to you, and I apologize. I thought that was sent to you at her request, but that is available. And it'll show you what we have projected again for this. I call it this season, but it's the March to October, and we'll have that for you as well.
Councillor Pena.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of questions since we're talking about metro security, and I was noticing when we were going through all this that different departments like parks and other departments are asking for security. So it seems like, there should be an effort kind of to consolidate the department based on kind of what Councilor Davis was saying is how we really need to kind of figure this out and have somebody in charge of really being able to utilize those resources in a way that it benefits everyone, right? So for DMD, for the parks, and so if we looked at consolidating them, and then the public safety department is actually asking for a heavy lift this go around. Maybe there's a way to put the metro security under there, and then this way it would help, I think, all the way around in terms of lots of the issues that we're dealing with out in the community. So just food for thought, something I'm thinking about. I haven't presented it to any of the other councilors, but just something that might help with the heavy lift at public safety.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions, councilors? Director, I have one clarifying question. On your slides, based off of those and the listings of vacancies, it was a total of about 56. So when we have this is the number I think magically been looking for, is because I am well aware of the tiered positions. So when we hear on one hand that there's over 100 vacant positions, it's probably because of the tiers, correct?
So, and we can provide you with the actual vacant positions, but Madam Chair, you're absolutely correct. So like in the engineering series, it could be 15, 16, or 17 because there's a progression to all of that. But again, I just want to emphasize that the bulk of our vacancies right now are in those 2 categories, blue collar, J series, and security officers.
Okay.
But you're correct.
Okay, good. I figured as much. I just wanted to make sure that I'm clear on that. So thank you very much. Thank you, Director, for being here. I think you're up next anyway, but Mr. Davis is probably going to introduce you again.
All right.
You're exactly right, Madam Chair. Mr. Montoya doesn't get to go anywhere. General Services is up next. FY23 proposed general fund budget of $38.9 million, 213 general fund positions. Other funds at $18.6 million, 40 positions. And what I'll do is I'll give you a brief overview of all the transfers, and the last bullet point will explain the startup positions for the department. So $2.4 million for the transfer of the convention center and rail yards from the economic development to general services. Next is $37.8 million for the transfer of security, facilities, energy, and sustainability, and Gibson Medical Center from DMD, and that's just for the facilities portion, not the program portion. $3.7 million for the transfer of the city county fund, the baseball stadium fund, and stadium debt service fund from DMD. Next, we got $14.8 million from the transfer of fleet management from DFA to GSD. And lastly, $805,000 for 6 additional positions and startup costs dedicated to the new department. And Mr. Montoya has a few slides on this also, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, these will be pretty quick, but so I don't get myself in trouble, I need to recognize a couple of individuals that are in the building. Jennifer Turner is our new deputy director that oversees CIP and those divisions. So Jennifer, back here. And then the lady that makes your projects happen when we can't find money, she's able to dig it out of some hole in the ground. Christine Ching is our fiscal officer and does a great job in making all of these projects happen. So I just want to make sure that both ladies get recognized. The General Services Department, and I'll give you the presentation, and if there's any specific questions, either myself or Mr. Bakta will answer those for you. The org chart for General Services, as I mentioned, 4 of the divisions within DMD are moving into the new department, and then Fleet out of DFAS is moving into the new department as well. Moving from DMD will be Metro Security. Scott Blackledge is the acting manager for that division. The Crossing Guard division, we have 155 crossing guards. Yvette Sierra is the manager. She will be moving to the new department. Energy and Sustainability, Saif Ismail is the manager for that division. And then Nathan Martinez for Facilities, the person that manages all of the buildings throughout the city, will be the division manager. And then I know Marina Salazar is in the audience as well. She is the division manager for Fleet. Under Metro, let me just quickly talk about some of the accomplishments in FY22. Just recently, we had 2 incidents where individuals were saved using Narcan. We're finding more and more individuals out there that are in need or in stress of some sort, either drug overdose or alcohol or just impaired for whatever reason. We've initiated security study for segments of City Hall. One of the major initiatives that we have going on now is how do we control access into this building? When you come in now, there's probably 5 points of entry where at any given time someone can sneak in and we just don't know they're in the building. We have conducted a study. We're about ready to go back and finalize that allows us for one central point of intake into the building and then just one way out so that everyone comes through a security section. Security is now patrolling city parks, and to Councillor Pena's concern, we also provide security for arts and culture, for parks and rec, for transit, and then just general services for the department as well. Challenges have been the same as others, just staffing. As I mentioned earlier, we're a little over 45 vacant positions when it comes to security officers. And I might mention that Paul Rogers came from Rio Rancho. He was a deputy chief. We were lucky to steal him from there, so we're quite pleased with him. Aside from that, we believe we're now the 3rd largest force in the state of New Mexico at 155 officers, so we're pretty big. And then Paul alluded to that, just meeting our dispatch needs. That's the challenge for us, just getting the officers out when those calls come in. Within the Crossing Guard program, this is one that I think everyone is just very pleased with. We run the Crossing Guard program. Yvette does a really good job with that. We've participated. We partner with Boo for the Zoo and Luminaria Tour, and we've implemented training for all of our crossing guards. Most of our crossing guards are retired individuals. They are elderly. They enjoy their work. They work about an hour and a half to 2 hours in the morning, and then the same in the afternoon. But we've been able to recruit them since the Crossing Guard program came to us from APD. We have bought all new vehicles for the leads, the individuals that manage those individuals. We've raised their pay, bought new uniforms, and now we provide training for the crossing guards. So we're not just hiring someone and just putting them out there unprotected. We make sure that they're better trained in order to protect the children that are crossing those streets. We provide crossing guards at 74 elementary schools, and then we provide flashing signals at all of the mid schools. We don't have crossing guards at the mid schools, but we do it all elementary schools, Catholic schools as well. Challenges, staffing shortage. Nathan Martinez is the manager for our facilities division, does an excellent job. If you go through this building, you'll see all of the changes that are taking place. The employee health clinic, we were able to move the parking division into this building here. They were in 3 different locations. We consolidated, made that a lot easier for the customers. We've allocated space and rearranged. We've managed to bring all of legal onto 1 floor as opposed to 3 different floors. So he does a really good job of just managing our buildings. He has a staff of 28, or 28, I'm sorry, and then he has 13 vacancies. This is another area where it's hard to fill positions. HVAC, plumbers, and electricians. We're competing with the private sector. When you've got Amazon and Intel and Netflix using these trades, it's hard for us to bring them on board. They pay a little bit better. They're not long-term positions, but the pay is much better than the city can pay. So Those are hard to fill positions in the facilities world. SAFE is the manager for the energy and sustainability. Our goal is to be 100% renewable by 2025. We're at about 86% now. We installed 29 solar programs throughout the city. We built solar parking at the biopark, at the aquarium, at the zoo, at 3 or 4 fire stations, at APD locations. That is a thing that we're highly concentrating on now. Aside from that, and don't ask me what the abbreviation is for, I'm going to forget, but we're creating the brain. It's going to be on the 7th floor of this building here. It'll be a monitoring unit where at any time you can come in and see the amount of energy that any building is using. Their water consumption, the electricity, the gas consumption. We could get to a point where we can control the thermostats for each of the buildings, the temperatures in each of those buildings. That facility will be up and running right around July 1st. We'll have an open house. We'll make sure that you're all invited. But that is a command center, so to speak, that tells us what our energy use is like. And then finally is fleet, and this is one that I'm not fully familiar with. If there's any questions, Marina's in the audience. But some of their accomplishments in FY22, they were able to work closely with APD. They were able to select 59 vehicles that met the critical replacement criteria. That was an initiative on their part. They developed the trailer maintenance shop out at Pino Yards on the backside where the fueling station is. That's where they're now able to repair. And the city of Albuquerque has hundreds of trailers. Every department has trailers that they haul equipment with and loads of materials with. So we now have a spot where we don't have to contract that out. All of that work can be done in-house. And then we're looking at how do we expand our fuel-efficient vehicles. Again, staffing shortages and just purchasing of materials and product. And with that, Madam Chair, I'll stand for any questions that the committee might have.
Councilors? Councilor Sanchez?
I just had a question about fuel. Can you give me a little bit of how much fuel we use, and now that the price has gone up, what plan in place do you have for that?
Madam Chair, Councilor Sanchez, I believe Sanjay will answer that question. We were prepared for it, but I'll let him take the lead.
Madam Chair and Councilor Sanchez, the fuel price, of course, has gone up. In past, the city had the practice of buying a hedge to cover us against any sudden price increases. This year, we have budgeted a blended rate of $3.37 per gallon for both diesel and gas. However, that was budgeted sometime in early February when we initially started to compile the budget. Then, due to the geopolitical events, the price suddenly went up, and traditionally, the fuel hedge market is the best in March, so we generally buy the hedge in March, but unfortunately, it was too late for us to buy the hedge at that time. The price of hedge has gone up more than double, and it doesn't make sense right now to pay such a high price when we know that eventually the price will have to come down. So we are waiting for the right opportunity to buy that hedge. Meanwhile, after we budgeted that $3.37 per gallon in the budget, we additionally allocated about $2 million, which is not budgeted in the departments, but it's in DFA. And we will use that money for any price which is above and beyond $3.37, or we can use that money to buy the hedge. So we are just kind of monitoring the situation right now, and at appropriate time, we would use that money to buy the hedge or pay for the additional cost above and beyond $3.37.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Grout?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have one question. What are you going to use the $5.3 million for the Gibson Center?
Madam Chair and Councilor Grout, so we have 4 project managers, 4 individuals assigned to Gibson. And then we have a project manager, Jesse Valdez, heads up that project for us. There are different phases at Gibson Medical Center, and I believe Director Pierce may have talked a little bit about it. So it's money in the bank. I think what they're looking at now, they have a leasing agent that has been hired. Charlie works out there. And I believe as we look at tenant improvements, that some of that money will be used in order to make those accommodations available and upgrade for individuals that want to rent. We know that we have several conditions that have to be met. We've got a roof that needs to be repaired. We know that we're just replacing part of the HVAC system. We just had a conversation this afternoon, as a matter of fact. We're using a local company to switch over from an existing system to a newer system. So HVAC is one of those. Those of you that have toured the building, you know that there are ceiling panels that are missing throughout the entire building. So it really is a retrofit and an upgrade in order to accommodate individuals that will either be renting. There is some work that will be done for housing the homeless individuals. The trauma center will be included in that. So it's really improvements within the building itself. The outside of the building, we've done enough work on it already. We've added additional lighting both in the parking lot and attached to the buildings. We're in the process now of looking at the grade of the parking lot itself to have that repaved as well. So most of the improvements are interior.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Lewis.
Madam Chair, thank you. Mr. Boxer, back to the fuel question. So you have 1.9 million. So the increase this year over last year was 4.7 million in the budget. This year is 6.6. So 1.9 million. So the 1.9 million is an increase based on 337 per gallon.
Madam Chair and Councillor Davis, yes. So $1.9 million is the increase from FY22 to FY23, and that brought the rate up from whatever the rate was previously in 2022 to 337. But after we budgeted that, situation changed and we added another $2 million, but we did not change the 337 blended rate yet, because we might be using that $2 million for hedge, or if the prices go up, then we will just.
If you don't hedge your plan, the $1.9 million will cover the fuel you're saying over the next year. If you decide not to do a hedge, so is 337 the average of what we're paying for fuel right now, gas and diesel?
The 337 is for FY23. The current rate is actually lower, but right now we do have a hedge. So right now all the price increase that we are facing, that's being paid for by the counterparty, which we have hedged with, which expires on June 30th. But just give you an example, just in 1 month, we covered almost $700,000, which was above and beyond what we had budgeted, but we had the hedge, sort of an insurance policy for that. So we are covering anything above and beyond what was budgeted. So in current year, we are fine. We just have to bill the hedging party every month with the difference between what we are paying versus what we budgeted and what is we have agreed with the hedging party.
I understand that the 1.9 is because you feel like that's going to increase over the next year, but what is the 2 million for again?
The 2 million is above and
2 million.
The 2 million is above and beyond $3.37, which we have budgeted for FY23.
And Madam Chair, I mean, there's several strategies of buying fuel, and one is to hedge it. And the purpose for hedging is not necessarily to get the best price on fuel. I mean, Southwest Airlines buys, hedges their fuel, and many times each year they pay much less than what the market, and sometimes they pay much more than the market. But the advantage to them is that they're paying exactly what they're budgeting for, for fuel. And so is that our strategy? Because if that is not our strategy, then we're speculating. If we're waiting on when to lock in each year, and then we're just speculating. Now, the other strategy is to just buy the best price of fuel each, multiple vendors, and you take the best price each day, and it fluctuates with the market. And so that is a strategy. It's not speculating. It's a strategy. and you don't necessarily know what our budget's going to be. As we can predict, but not as much. So I am having a hard time understanding what our strategy is. I mean, is our strategy a hedging strategy, which is for the purpose of we know exactly what we're going to pay in fuel every single year? And if so, then why haven't we locked into a fuel rate by now when we're putting our budget together?
Councilor Lewis, certainly we are not speculating here, that's for sure. I think what we are doing is buying a hedge to ensure that when there is a sudden increase in the price, we somehow are covered. That's our strategy in buying the hedge. We can have a strategy where we just buy at current market price, and we can buy in a competitive market every day. We can have 3 quotes and buy from someone who would provide us the lowest price. However, that would not help us with what we should budget, because we need to budget an amount. And we need a price to budget just for sort of as a placeholder. And if that amount is not sufficient compared to the current price, we would then have to figure out during the year. For example, let's say we did not have the hedge right now. How would we pay $700,000 more just in 1 month than what we budgeted? So we need to budget some amount, and then we need to make sure that we are covered above and beyond, just in case something happens. At the same time, if the price goes down, we benefit. In previous administration, we used to buy a very complex hedge sometime, where we would actually pay the hedging party when the price goes down below a certain level. And then we get paid when the price go above a certain level. So we have to figure out a comfort level, a window of price, and then we kind of budget in the middle, and then we pay for the hedge, and then sometimes we end up paying to them, and sometimes we receive the money. And we thought it was very complex way to hedge, and we also realized that when price goes down, we want to benefit from that. And actually that worked out really well in last 2 years, including this fiscal year. But we don't know about FY23.
Madam Chair, so Mr. Box, I'll end with this, is that our strategy is to hedge our fuel. The only reason why we would have a hedging strategy is to have a predictable amount of money and know exactly what we're going to pay in our budget over the next year. That really is the only reason why we should have a hedging strategy. So what I hear you saying is that we've not decided to lock in a hedge yet because we are speculating that the price might go down. And that's exactly what it is, because we're also taking a risk that the price is going to go up. Price goes up 50 cents over the next few months and stays there over the next year, then what's the point of a hedging strategy? So I'll end with that, but I think there's some confusion, and honestly I think it's on your part of what a hedging strategy is and why we should use that. Because if you have a hedging strategy, then we should know exactly what we're paying for fuel each year and this year. If not, we're speculating.
Madam Chair and Councilor Lewis, I'm not confused at all about hedging strategy that we have. I would respectfully disagree with you. I know that you have a connection with a company and they have a lawsuit against us. So I don't want to elaborate on this, but I'm not confused about the strategy. In fact, if you look at the record, we have benefited by the hedge that we had in last 3 years, which is taking the advantage of the price if it falls and covering ourselves if the price goes up. I think that is the most conservative strategy one can have. And we do have the evidence that it has worked for last 3 years. It didn't work this year because of the timing. I'm guilty of not predicting that there would be a war between Russia and Ukraine. So I'm guilty of that. However, we are not going to pay someone if the price goes down. That would be speculation, in my opinion. Covering ourselves from future price increase is an insurance policy, and that's what we are doing.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Brock.
Mr.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Real
Madam Chair.
quick, we're going to wrap this up because we have a couple other counselors that are ready to
Yeah,
speak as well.
unfortunately, Mr. Baca brought up something. But let me say this first. You know, I serve on the city council that's responsible for approving the amount of money that we're spending on fuel this next year, and every right to question how we're buying that fuel and our strategy and what we're doing. But you brought up a lawsuit that has absolutely nothing to do with what we're doing here right now and my role right now. So I think that was incredibly inappropriate. And I would like to ask, you know, Chris, as an attorney, if you would address that, because it was brought up in a way that I think was accusatory of some type of a possible conflict of interest in some way. I think it was entirely inappropriate that it was brought up in a forum like this. I think it insinuates some things that I think could have some legal ramifications, and certainly question the council's role and my role on being able just to simply question and talk about something that's before us tonight. That's part of our budget and part of our role as a council.
Madam Chair, Councilor Lewis, the subject that was referenced about the city's existing suit related to a prior fuel hedge is something that you had disclosed upon taking office and that we had discussed. And you know, as we discussed at that time, your role as a policymaker, it's appropriate for you to have that policy discussion. And I was actually paying really close attention to the discussion here. And in my evaluation, it did appear that you were within that realm of having your policy discussion based on the expertise that you can bring to that issue. I was looking out for any type of discussion that would relate to contracting issues, past or future, with specific vendors or contracting issues related to that. And I did not observe any of that, so I don't think that any of the discussion went beyond what you might have been reasonably expected to do, given your policy role on the council.
Yeah, Madam Chair, and I would suggest, Mr. Baca, that you talk to the city attorneys and get some direction from them, and certainly talk to them about what you mentioned tonight and any risk that those statements could have put the city tonight, because you felt somehow that was appropriate to share this publicly in this kind of forum.
Thank you. We're going to move on to Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My questions are also around the fleet, and I would like to think through a strategy to reduce our fuel costs in the future. $3.37 a gallon is a lot more than we would be paying if we had bought electric vehicles when we should have. Electric vehicles cost about $1 per gallon equivalent, and they have stayed at that price for the last 15 years. There's been no price fluctuation. There's been no problems around that. It's my understanding that the city has a policy in place that upon replacement of all of our fleet vehicles, they will be replaced with electric vehicles. What are the numbers that are electric now? How can we speed that transition up so that we can, number one, stop paying for finite resources, number two, have a really consistent, cheap fuel source, and three, we can be doing what we really should be doing to support our sustainability efforts.
Madam Chair and Councilor Feeblecorn, we have Ms. Marina Wells, who is the fleet manager, and she's in charge of procuring new vehicles. We do have a policy. We are pushing the departments to opt for hybrid vehicles or electric vehicles, and we are trying, and we do have some vehicles like that, and I would have Ms. Marina elaborate on that.
Madam Chair, Councillor, we have a policy, you are correct. However, it only is available for those light-duty vehicles that there is an electric option available. So it's not the entire fleet that's available, it's mostly in the light-duty fleet. Our biggest challenge this year is being able to acquire any vehicles. The market, as you know, in the private and public sector is very difficult to acquire vehicles. Electric vehicles are more costly than the hybrid, so hybrid have been readily available, so we have been purchasing hybrid vehicles throughout the departments that are requesting vehicles. And so that's our current goal. Our futuristic goal is, of course, to acquire more electric vehicles when they become readily available. They're just not available in the market right now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just say with the unanimous approval today of the clean card standards for New Mexico, we will be seeing a lot more electric vehicles available, and I really hope that the city takes note of that and buys electric vehicles whenever possible. It is somewhat true that they are more expensive upfront costs, but lifetime cost, they are very much more affordable to operate, and there are heavy-duty vehicles available. So I would just really like for us to put our money where our mouth is, do the right thing, and then we wouldn't have to have conversations about hedging for fuel prices. Thanks.
Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Montoya, I have a question, and unfortunately, I had to go to the back of the line to ask the question, so it's not at the right on the top of your head. But we were discussing the Gibson Center Health Hub, whatever we call it, and you mentioned something that really got my attention, and that is that you have hired or engaged a leasing agent for this property.
Madam Chair and Councillor Jones, I may have said it wrong. So we have a city employee that transferred from DMD to Family and Community Services. Her role in that building is to seek tenants for the building. So the leasing portion of it, let me make that clear, all leases go through our department. So Real Property manages all of the leases that we have with individuals that use facilities that are either owned or on properties that are owned by the city of Albuquerque. So Charlie's role is to go out into the community, or as the community comes in, and have those discussions about, she's the landlord looking for tenants to fill spaces in that building.
Well, let me go a little further then. I thought we made a direct statement that we needed a building of this size to care for the people who needed this kind of health care. And yet now we are leasing out spaces when in fact a good portion of the building is already leased to outside tenants. Talk to me about what we're really going to do with this building and what kind of tenants are we looking for? Are they service providers? And if they're service providers, why aren't we not putting more beds, more rooms, more beds in this facility, which is what we said we needed when we were told we needed to buy a building of this size? I'm terribly confused here because none of that adds up to me, Director.
Okay. Madam Chair and Councillor Jones, I'm probably not the best person to address Gibson, only because that facility is managed by Family and Community Services. I don't want to misspeak on their behalf. I know that we have looked at, and we're in the process of designing a section of that hospital now on the very eastern edge that will house the trauma center, the 50 beds for women, the facility for women or for families. I don't know how much of that space is going to be taken for that type of service. I know that Director Pierce has plans for expanding west, and we're as far west as we can in occupied space. But I'm a little nervous answering specifically what her long-range plans are. But I know that there are other plans for serving the unhoused.
Well, then, since you're the one that we have up here in front of the cameras, and I would like a very detailed report on what it is we are really going to do with this building. And if we're not going to use it ourselves for what we said we were going to use it for, which is beds for people, that, if I remember correctly, that was the #1 use. And yet now it sounds like we're using it for offices for outside companies. That is not a good use of city money. So if you would please, I would like to have a report at the next council meeting on what exactly we have, why we have it, and what we're going to do with it.
Madam Chair and Councillor Jones, I'll get that to Director Pierce, and we'll have a report for you at your next council meeting.
Thank you, sir.
Councilors, any other questions? Director, I have really 2 comments. One is when in regards to the brain, whatever that.
We'll know soon.
I guess this is not necessarily, maybe it's probably to you, and then later to DTI as well. from what you described, I think it sounds like we need to make sure there's some real security measures if it's going to be able to control a whole bunch of things in this building. So I think that's a first red flag for me is, yes, it sounds great, but let's make sure that we can't go too wild with it or the bad people out there. The second thing is I would like Miss Chang's phone number so she can dig a hole and find money for me, please. Thank you. Councillor Davis?
I will second that and ask her to share that with me as well. The director, thank you. Since you're here for more than one hat, I hope they're paying you for both. I want to run back really quickly to DMD just and help me. One of the notes that we had under personnel for DMD that came in the budget briefings was that the department ended up with a salary savings of about $3.4 million last year that were reallocated for all types of things, including some of the Gibson Hub work, resurface line locating, fuel cost, gas, electricity, overtime, et cetera. How is the FY23 budget different and better based on our new program that tracks vacancy savings and better allocates personnel versus required needs? And that may be a question for DFA or Mr. Bakta better than you. But I want to get back to this because there's a lot of this in a lot of our departments. And we've been working on this for some time where vacancy savings were used for operations, and that makes sense, and we understand that. But we're trying to make this budget the one that gets it right. And we recognize that $3.4 million in vacancy savings was a significant one in this department.
And Madam Chair, Councilor Davis, I know that is something that the administration has looked at. Ms. Yara or Mr. Davis, are you prepared to answer that?
Yes, Madam Chair and Councillor Davis. So this in the FY23 budget, there were, I think, a couple of asks from DMD to realign their budget in the way that you've described, moving personnel to operating costs. And I'm sorry, fuzzy recollection, but I think that the FY23 proposed budget includes one of those realignments. Okay. And so we are trying to move that way. I know that we did submit the report. I hopefully you've seen it.
Nope.
Okay, it should have been introduced, and if not, I will get you a copy of that savings use report that you requested.
Thank you. Madam Chair and Ms. Yarif, just to follow up, and maybe this again can come back and we can follow up before the council markup. I just want to be clear if there were 107, or which was the original budget number, or maybe 150 if we include in some of the personnel shifts. But those vacancies, I just want to be sure that the budget that is submitted and that it's approved here, those are real positions and that we're not counting on those savings for operating cost in this FY23 budget. And if we are, that we're being very transparent about the fact that we don't expect to fill 150 positions on July 1st and that we're taking some of those funds by January 1st or whatever that schedule is, instead of the way we've done it in the past to leave those open. Is that the way you believe that this is structured, and can we verify that before we come to our final?
Yes, Madam Chair and Councillor Davis. So we are trying to achieve that. In some of the departments, it's pretty clean. As you know, APD is a little bit complex. So that situation exists there. But I think for the other departments, we're pretty sure that what's budgeted is what's needed and what the positions that exist.
Thank you. We will be moving on. Director, thank you. Have a
Madam
great
Chair,
evening.
many members, thank you for letting me present.
Thank you very much for being here. Ms. Yara, Mr. Davis?
All right, Madam Chair, we're back to a new department, Technology and Innovation. Brian Osterloh is our Chief Information Officer, is here tonight. Actually, before I start with their slide, I just wanted to answer a question that Councillor Sanchez raised. We actually, for gallons used per year, for the fleet division, we're averaging about 2.1 million gallons of gasoline, and citywide about 3.8 million gallons. Thanks. All right, back on Technology and Innovation. The proposed general fund budget for FY23 is $19.3 million. That includes 139 positions. They also are in charge of the communications fund for a little over $11 million. That comprises 19 positions. The proposed budget includes funding of $461,000 for annual system maintenance costs and $66,000 for a public arts and citywide survey, what we call Survey Monkey. $865,000 is programmed for 10 new positions and operational costs for moving APD's data management and the planning AGIS divisions into DTI this year. The communication fund is increased very slightly by $84,000, and they are adding one network engineer position. I will hand it over to Mr. Osterloh.
Thank you, Director Yara. Thank you, councilors. I'll go through, I've got slides on 3 items that are highlights for our budget request, but then before I finish, I'll address what I think is going to be a question coming my way. So just to let you know, we'll hit that. First item we have is a broadband manager. It was a position that was created mid-year. The pandemic obviously made broadband hugely visible in our community. We did what we could to assist efforts. There's a lot of money out there. There's a lot of focus on broadband. There are a lot of opportunities. So we wanted to get a broadband manager in here. Quite frankly, I don't have the time or the expertise to take this on, and we didn't have anybody in-house who did. Very pleased with the person, Nicole, who we selected. She has expertise from Sacred Wind Communications, so she has capability to, or experience with getting broadband into hard-to-reach areas. The purpose of the position is to collaborate and coordinate with public and private sector entities. So we are not looking just for governmental funds or resources here. We are also looking very much to work with the private sector and bring greater broadband to our community. It's to engage with the community to better identify barriers to broadband adoption. It is not just affordability. Some of it is affordability, some of it is not knowing that there are programs out there to assist with gaining broadband access. But there are other items, there are trust items. If I get this affordable connectivity program from the federal government, am I going to be tracked, et cetera, et cetera. There are language barriers. So we are looking beyond just, is there a fiber line going past the house? And then finally, to identify funding and investment opportunities for broadband and digital equity efforts. We don't look at broadband as just, like I say, fiber going by the residents. This is, how do we get fiber by the residents? How do we get Wi-Fi in parks further than we have it now? How do we then get devices and information and knowledge levels, quite frankly, around the topic I'm going to hit before I leave, and that's cybersecurity. How do you use safely, how do you use comfortably the network, the Wi-Fi, the internet, when maybe you've never done that before, or maybe you've never had the opportunity to do it with the functionality that we hope to be bringing to you in the next few years. So that's the Broadband Manager Program. We're already underway. We have a lot of efforts already undertaken. Second is a 311 Analyst and Department Liaison. 311 has been a pride of mine since I was project manager on it in 2004 when we built out the 311 contact center and we established the service. Over the past 4 years, we've undertaken a lot of effort to improve processes, to improve responsiveness, and to improve interaction with the departments. I believe that has paid off very nicely, but we're not done. We have achieved service level. 80% of the calls at least have been answered within 30 seconds of being placed. That is, by the way, I think the best in the nation. I think we have the best 311 in the nation, and that's not just Homer. That's based on actual data. We've achieved that service level 27 in the last 28 months. That hasn't happened since 2010. So we're very proud of that achievement, and that was done in the time of the pandemic. But we have opportunities. 311 is the face, the voice of city government when it comes to many of our residents. So we have piloted a program where we look very closely at the data. We examine especially those cases that have remained open for a longer period. What do we need to do to get those taken care of? How do we avoid those cases staying, service requests staying open for that long in the future? So we are at the point we receive about 270,000 service requests each year via 311. Less than 1,000 of those stay open for more than 4 months. We'd like it to be significantly lower than that, but as a percentage basis, we are at less than 1% of our service requests staying open more than 4 months. There are reasons they would stay open that long. There are some legal efforts, as you can imagine, in the planning department especially, where they have to go through due process and some other items. But this position is to examine the data, identify chronic, acute, and emerging challenges and opportunities. There are opportunities in 311 data. There are places where we can learn about community conditions that we didn't see were so obvious without looking at the data. There are challenges, of course, and we've undertaken that. We've worked with Solid Waste Management Department to identify some areas, and sometimes it's on 311 communications, sometimes it's the department. This is to help us engage with the departments and improve those processes, especially as it works with 311. And then finally, it's to assist us with further identifying and promoting digital channels. Right now, we get about 23% of those service requests coming in through digital channels. I don't want to force people and say, oh, you need to go onto the website. That's not the goal. If we didn't have these digital channels, I think we would have to have at least 5 FTE more to be achieving the service level we have. So it's an operational efficiency, but it's also a signal that there are significant portions of our community that want to use digital channels. We want to figure out how to identify where other opportunities exist and to promote those opportunities, make sure we're hitting them, going to where our community members want to be as opposed to forcing them where we want them to be. So the final piece is smart cities and the arts. We're proposing a pilot project with C&M Ingenuity. We have an award-winning collaboration with C&M Ingenuity. They have an IoT bootcamp, Internet of Things. They have graciously included us. We've also done some pilot projects through them. We've noticed over the past several that there are artists in these IoT boot camps. And so our proposal is to pilot, working with them and with Public Arts, a boot camp that would be targeted towards artists. We don't believe a smart city is a smart city unless it's smart for the whole city. And that includes the arts, not just sensors and not just cameras and environmental whatever. It includes, we have obviously a large digital media need here in Albuquerque with the film industry. We have a lot of younger people coming through in electronic arts. Digital arts are gaining ground. So this program, we think, will provide a great opportunity for us to gauge what does that really look like and how can we start to address it. I'm not proposing that we would do this on an annual basis, but we want to see, is there opportunity then to go forward rather than asking you to fund something every year that we're not sure how well it's going to work. This is the proposal. So the item I want to address, if I can be so presumptuous, I'm guessing I'm going to be asked about cybersecurity. So if I may, I'm going to go ahead and give a little bit on cybersecurity. I don't go into great detail, just so you're aware, because I think that's a dangerous thing to do. I also don't brag, and I also will tell you that I am not content and I'm not comfortable with cybersecurity. If you ever get somebody in my role who stands in front of you and says, we're all good, I think you should fire them, quite honestly, because complacency is the biggest problem anybody has with cybersecurity. We do have a very comprehensive, layered, and multi-pronged cybersecurity program. It includes education of employees. Every employee is getting now a phishing test multiple times a year. At the beginning of this last fiscal year, we were doing it once a year, and then we hopped it up to 4 times a year for data sensitive. and is now multiple times a year for every employee. Phishing is our #1 issue. Councilor Sanchez, you asked how have we been attacked recently? It's a little cliche, but it's also true. We get attacked every day. Every day. Just to give you a number, a couple numbers, and I don't mean to go out there with, hey, this is such a huge thing that nobody can get their head around it. We have 40 million emails hit our servers every year, approximately. We block 50 to 60% of those so they never get inside the city's email system. If you think about that, the hackers have to be right once. I have to be right every time. 1 in 20 million is success for them. 1 in 20 million is failure for me. So we are, our cybersecurity program tries to limit out as many of those things as we possibly can before they hit us. But also, as I said, it's layered. So then if something does get through, we have automated and human resources to look, identify things, try to pull them out, try to isolate them. We have monitoring tools that can help us see every device in the city, what might be happening with that device. We watch the servers. We have a very comprehensive system. As I said, I'm not ever comfortable with it. I still lose sleep on it. That's the way it is in our world. But you know, if there are more specific questions, I'll try to answer them. But if I'll also ask that I may say I'm not comfortable giving that information because I don't want to release too much, especially in a public forum. But hopefully that gives you some idea about the cybersecurity efforts. Councilor Bassan, you mentioned about the controls. I can tell you that a lot of things are already on central controls, and some of the efforts we undertake, we isolate networks and those kinds of things. So we are very aware of that. And sorry to digress. I coach youth track and field, and if the kids aren't nervous before a race, I feel a little nervous myself. We're kind of nervous about that too, and it helps to keep us on our toes. Those nerves are effective for us, just like I think there are for the kids right before the race, if you'll excuse the analogy. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Councillor Lewis?
Madam Chair, thank you, sir. You may have mentioned this, I may have missed it, but is there a good amount of training for city employees that we offer them? And I know in the private world, it happens to be in the industry I'm in, and the threats are very high. And just as you said, I agree with you. I mean, the threat to our city, it can be absolutely incredible. And so I think educating our city employees on passwords and, you know, the threats of cybersecurity and the so many different kinds. I mean, is there some continual training on that your department does?
Madam Chair, Councilor Lewis, there's absolutely continued training. We are constantly looking at that. We're looking at it in the last month of actually breaking it into more pieces, so you get a smaller bite, but you get it more often. It stays more in front of you in your mind. We're also trying to educate employees that good cyber hygiene, if you will, in their job is good cyber hygiene at the home. It's good to teach your kids. It's good to teach your family members. So take what you learn here, apply it at home. We've also worked with the New Mexico Technology Council to put together some cybersecurity PSAs, and those are available. So we try to take a multi-pronged effort, not just to what we're doing, but also to the education side. We are always looking to improve that piece and trying to figure out, okay, which piece of this didn't work and how do we get that the next time around?
I probably get a dozen emails a month that are tricks, you know, from my own company, you know, and to see if I'm gonna, you know, go for it or not. And if you accidentally click on something that I get sent to remedial, you know, cyber training, you know, and so I know that there's those kind of robust, you know, trainings that really hold our employees accountable, and really that's probably the biggest threat, you know, if it, you know, they try to trick our employees in a lot of different ways. And so if you know, I guess what I would want to say too is that I know those things take some funding as well, and certainly would be glad to work with you on helping to make sure you have the kind of resources to be able to continue to do that, have that kind of assurance.
Madam Chair, Councilor Lewis, just to that point, we do that exactly as well. I get a monthly report on what happened, and if we identify, and we have in the past, some groups where we saw a greater propensity to fail that test, we actually will contact the director, work with that group, and we did it very successfully. I'm not going to go into which group, but we did it very successfully. They haven't failed it since. That's been about 6 months. So absolutely agree, and you know, I may come back and ask you for more money before too long.
Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Director. Thank you for this. I'm really excited about the broadband initiatives. As you know, we've been talking about a couple of unique projects that I'd love to for us to get back focused on now that we're trying to put COVID in the rearview mirror. Also, lots of kudos, as always, Will, and we don't see you often, and so it's important for us to say to your staff and to you, what a great job you did during COVID, positioning the city to adapt. I mean, we had overnight Wi-Fi routers in school buses and parks. Lots of folks ended up with Chromebooks and cell phones to keep working remotely. But I did notice in the budget that the number of cell phones and other like remote mobile devices issued by the city had gone up significantly. Almost 3,300 cell phones now issued. That's about 1 in 2 city employees. I'm sure a lot of that is due to COVID, but I'd be curious going forward, we don't need to do it today if you don't know it, what the city's, how the city evaluates whether that's been more effective and efficient for our staff and for city services, or whether as we're returning to work in an office, or what we're going to do, what our digital profile needs to look like. It just, that many devices opens the city up to lots of other opportunities. We've seen City Audit has addressed some misuse of computers, and so when there's more out there, there's more of that. I would just be curious what our plan is to either stay at that high digital engagement level with our city employees on a personal device level, or whether we need to roll that back as we move people back to the office. We don't have to do it necessarily today, but I'd be curious what that plan looks like.
Madam Chair, Councilor Davis, just a brief overview of how that works. New lines are required to gain approval from the CAO before they can be signed up. The major portion of increase for that, I believe, and I can double check this, but I believe that's for APD. All officers now have a cell phone. There are very good reasons. It gives a translation capability among others. So, we have largely left to the departments a budgetary decision on whether they think there's value, and then it's between them and the CAO. But that's something we can look into. It's a bit of a catch-22. We want to make people as efficient as possible and as mobile as possible, and then we also want to make sure that we have as few devices as possible.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I only want to point out that the number of digital devices we're using is going up by about 75% last year, but your budget didn't. So I want to be sure that we're planning that as we add new devices and new technology. I want to be sure we're looking forward. Thanks.
Thank you.
Counselors? Director, a couple things. Thank you for doing a pilot test of this arts project, and rather than just saying, yeah, let's just have annual funding forever. So thank you for that. I'm super just curious about who gets busted on this phishing test, but I get that that's also not my place. My question to you is, well, wait, actually I have a new question about that. Do you reach out directly to us if we get busted? I haven't ever clicked on those that I know of, but I'm curious.
Madam Chair, my team does reach out directly. There's some automatic outreach as well. I can tell you that I didn't get busted, but I was in one of my manager meetings one day, saw one of them come through. They don't tell me when they're doing it, even with me. And I contacted my security chief and said, you got to look at this one. It is really, really strong. He said, yeah. We'll look at that, Brian. Then after the manager meeting, yeah, Brian, that was our test. So the people who get busted are across the spectrum.
I'm sure. Thank you. And then my question, my real question to you is this move from Aegis, from planning to DTI. There's a lot of uses, and my understanding, Aegis really does a lot for and revolving and involved with planning. So I also realized that kind of on the surface, you know, mapping and digital mapping, it just seems like that makes sense of why it would be going into, you know, any kind of data technology and innovation. But what like, what's the reasoning behind that? And maybe, do we need to keep it in planning? Is that better, or is it really recommended?
So, Madam Chair, my view is that that the city can gain value from it coming to DTI. I wouldn't have supported that request otherwise, quite frankly. Planning, we don't intend, we will not. Michelle Gricius has told me we will not, more than one occasion, and that's fine. She's the Aegis division manager. We will not degrade planning's use of Aegis or its tie-ins with Aegis. The intent is to tie Aegis more closely with the rest of the city's efforts. There's a lot of value to be gained out of GIS, and bringing it into DTI is intended to, one, provide closer connection with other resources that DTI has, especially around other data architect and that kind of thing, but also then to provide a more centralized governance, if you will, of GIS. We have a number of different GIS data sets. We need to get a handle on that. There are different places that think they have the master data for the same fields or the same types of fields, those types of things. So the intent is to give my department the flexibility to enhance Aegis and its use throughout the city. It is absolutely not to take away any of the functionality and the use for the planning department.
Thank you, Director. That is comforting and also explains a whole bunch. So thank you. Any other questions, counselors? Thank you so much. We will move on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And before we move on, my budget analyst has an answer for the BRAIN acronym. It's Balanced Resource Acquisition and Information Network. So fancy term. Moving on to solid waste. Solid waste is our first enterprise fund. And real quickly, maybe for the newer counselors, enterprise funds, we have 5 of them and then 5 debt service underneath them. Aviation, parking, solid waste, transit, and stadium. And essentially, they're funds established to account for service financed with costs recovered entirely through user charges. So solid waste, you pay for them to come pick up your trash cans, recycling bins. That goes to the solid waste department, and that pays for their operations. So we have 5 in total, and this is our first. FY23 proposed operating budget, $89.7 million. 524 positions. The proposed budget adds 4 labor positions to support the West Side facility and is offset by reducing contractual funding. $690,000 transfer from the general fund will cover the cost of a supervisor and 6 labor positions in order to provide additional crews dedicated to citywide illegal dumping sites and homeless camp cleanup. To help support increased operations, contractual funding is decreased to fund a deputy director position, a part-time marketing position, and 2 cashier positions at a net cost of $117,000. And finally, Madam Chair, 4 landfill attendant positions are added at a cost of $228,000, which are offset by reducing contractual funding by $247,000. Director Whalen is here, and he'll provide additional detail in a few slides.
Good evening, Council Chair and Councilors. Just a couple of quick things I want to point out. We've done a lot of things this last year. The first thing is we've continued to make progress on our West Side maintenance facility as well as the Edith maintenance facility renovation, and those should be completed later in the next year. We received our 20-year permits for the Cerro Colorado landfill, and we also received our 20-year permits for Eagle Rock Convenience Center and for Montesa Convenience Center. We're still waiting for our 20-year permit for Don Reservoir, but we expect to get that within the next few months. Those 20-year permits are essential because without those 20-year permits, we're not able to function at those facilities. But we've got 3 out of the 4, and we expect the 4th one in a few months. We replaced a lot of new landfill equipment so that we can continue our escaping of our landfill. As we continue to put refuse into the landfill, we have to continue to pile it, not bury it, but make sure it's covered and to close portions of the landfill. Also during the year, we had several median renovations as well as new median developments. We did median enhancements on Dunamis Boulevard, University and Manal, portions of Manal, and then we did Coors North, which was undeveloped. That was the section from Cottonwood all the way down to Paseo del Norte. And then we did renovations on the south side of Coors from the other side of the freeway all the way down to Montano. Those medians had been really washed out and damaged, so we were able to do some remediation on those. And then we did some median renovation on Central and Eubank, and I apologize for my throat. I have some allergies, and I've been out in the wind for about an hour and a half today, and I was out in the wind all day yesterday. So, but those are some of the highlights of our department that we had throughout the last year. So I stand for any questions.
Thank you, Director. Counselors? Really? Yeah, that's pretty amazing. I'm always surprised with who gets questions and who doesn't. Okay, Director, thank you for all you're doing.
All right,
I
thank
hope
you
you get to
guys.
stay inside for the rest of the night.
Yeah, I'll be sitting back there watching. So.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
All right. I'm going to start kind of watching the time and feeling you all out, but let's try to do one more for now and see how we do. Ms. Yara?
All right, Madam Chair and Councilors, the next department is Animal Welfare. Carolyn Ortega is the director there. Their FY23 general fund proposed budget is almost $16 million. That funds 150 general fund positions. This proposed budget includes a mid-year creation of a deputy director position worth $149,000 and reactivation of 5 staff positions for a total of $344,000. They've also added a general service worker for $54,000. Non-recurring funding of $30,000 for 2 different programs. First, the promotional outreach to the community, and then the safety net or doghouse straw program. So each of those will receive $30,000. $100,000 is added for the preventative clinic lease agreement, and $29,000 for the Lucky Paws lease agreement. These are lease escalators. I believe the Lucky Paws one is. We continue to fund the Street Cat Hub program for $350,000, and there's another $615,000 of one-time money to get some improvements at the animal welfare facilities. I will go ahead and turn it over to Ms. Ortega.
Good evening, counselors. It's very nice to see you. It's the first time I'm actually here in your chambers in person as a city employee. For those new counselors, my name is Carolyn Ortega, and I'm the director of Albuquerque Animal Welfare. Welcome, and it's very nice to meet you. I'm here today to basically request your support for some of the, after following solid waste, these modest requests for funding. For funding of both financial and human resources for animal welfare to ensure our continued success. The first one is the deputy director position. That's a new position that we created this year. I was hoping to be able to announce that we found one. Unfortunately, that fell through last week, but you know, rest assured we're going to continue to look for that deputy director position. This was a big ask from the community. They really felt that it was important to have someone at a high-level position in animal welfare that had some sheltering experience. Although I come with a lot of experience in operations and financial, they were really wanting to have this position, so I appreciate them advocating for this position. And we all know if the community is happy, we're happy. So thank you, community, for advocating for this. The reactivation of the 5 positions in my first year, which was a couple of years ago next week, of course, I came in right at the beginning of the pandemic, and we also had a hiring freeze. So at the end of that budget year, 5 positions were taken because they weren't filled. So I'm advocating for returning those positions. Those 5 positions are very much needed positions and have since, thankfully, 4 of the 5 have been filled. The only vacant position currently is the field lieutenant position. So that's a very high-ranking position in the field. So we're continuing to look for that and looking for other options in filling that role. The general service worker position, as you know, some of the challenges animal welfare faced last year was making sure that we're keeping up cleanliness, maintenance at both of the facilities. Currently, we only have 1 maintenance staff, although we've really been able to rely on DMD to bring in those additional resources. We felt that it was important to be able to have a secondary maintenance person at our west side shelter to make sure that they were managing the day-to-day small improvements. So that's the $54,000 ask. The non-recurring funding for the safety net and doghouse straw, that has been a huge community effort. Not only does it keep our pets warm in the wintertime and cool in the summertime, but it also is a way for our animal protection officers who have been recently rebranded to build that rapport with our community and not just be considered as the dog police or the enforcers of the dog law and being looked at it a different way. So it really allows them to get that goodwill out in the community. So it was, so thank you for considering continuing to keep that on our budget. The $100,000 for the preventative pet care clinic. I think, you know, last year it was in the request, but I don't know that we thought that it would actually happen so quickly. But with the help of a collaboration between the council, the administration, our team, the hard work of our vet services, and of course the support of the community with actually giving us $300,000 to purchase all the equipment in the clinic, it turned around fast. So we were happy to take on the cost in 2022, but our request is to sustain that lease through our operating budget. The last request the last 2 requests are the $350,000 for Street Cat Hub. That has not been budgeted in the past. That actually has come out of our operating budget. It costs us about $32 a day to house a cat. These community cats are typically feral cats that if they come into the shelter, they're not always highly adoptable. So the goal here is to trap, neuter, and release back into their natural environment so that they have their ability to survive, but also to spay and neuter them so that they are not reproducing. It is part of our plan to control the pet population. And in 2020, we actually had an audit on this to make sure that it was serving the purposes that it was intended. And what came back from the audit was that it was very much needed. And we were funding it at $250,000, and the audit actually recommended that we go up to $350,000 based on the trend of where we were headed with the number of cats that they were actually serving. So today I have a couple of my very important team members. I have Joel Craig, who is our animal program analyst, and I have Dr. Nicole Vigil, who are very instrumental in us achieving some of these very important and very huge accomplishments for animal welfare for last year. The facility improvements, I'm happy to say that many of the counselors came out to both of the facilities and we did some walkthroughs and got a lot of feedback from all of the counselors. They were very understanding, but they did want to see some improvements. And of course, the administration got behind that. So in 2022, we have really been able to make many of those suggested improvements to both of the shelters. As of today, The east side facility improvements, we've invested $305,969, and in the west side facility improvements, $453,000. And that's just the beginning. We have we actually sent you all a huge list of all of the things that we're doing in both of the shelters. And of course, the HVAC system is still in the works. We have some unique challenges when it comes to our shelters. Our shelters are indoor-outdoor facilities. So heating and cooling of an indoor-outdoor shelter has its challenges. So we have 2 engineers working on figuring out what system will be most energy efficient, but also how we can, without having to put in a the traditional New Mexican kind of swamp cooler, and that some days works and some days doesn't, especially if you're hitting 100-degree weather. This is going to really help us stay in line with our ordinance. So that is the huge goal. We have 2 different groups working on this, and we hope to see a design of that in the next few months. Our shelter feline program, when I first came in, we were a little dog-centric, so we brought in a cat behaviorist to really help us develop our cat program. She has a wealth of knowledge. She works with an organization out of Dallas as well, so she's really helping us to build some best practices as it pertains to our cats. Our AWD hiring, I'm very happy to say that our vacancy numbers have reduced by 32%. We've made some huge strides in this area. One of the things that we've really been able to achieve this year that, of course, I'm new to the city, so, and for some people, they think it's unprecedented, but we were able to, and I was able to sit with our field officers last week and give them the good news that we were able to reclassify them from J12 series to J13 series. Our field officers are now in a series level of their own, which really shows the uniqueness of their position. They were very excited, and also as of the next pay period, we will only be down 4 field officers. So that is a huge obstacle that we had to face. We've also hired we've hired a veterinarian, and yesterday we had an interview with a veterinarian out of Seattle. That really tells you that every organization is really struggling with hiring vets. We've been fortunate in getting vets here. We just haven't been able to get them here quick enough, and vet techs are also a big challenge. We're continuing to offer hiring incentives. We've given pay increases where we could to retain them, but also as incentive to come on board and work for the city of Albuquerque. Let's see. I'm going to invite Dr. Nicole up for just a second to talk about our neonatal kitten unit, which just recently opened up this month.
Madam Chair, councilors, I'm happy to tell you a little about this program. Sorry, this is a little weird. I'm loud enough without one, so I'm just going to keep rolling over here. So basically, we are dealing year after year with an influx starting in March, extending through November, of orphans, tiny, helpless little babies that come into the shelter, taken away too early from their moms. This is both kittens and puppies. And unfortunately, these represent a high number of deaths within the shelter. They have to be given support and care every 2 hours. That meant finding a foster home immediately, which is utterly impossible most days with so many babies coming in. So we decided to implement a program that is uncommon, and it puts Albuquerque on the map as being a very progressive shelter, and that is a neonatal support unit. It is completely supported by volunteers right now. We have shifts. They come in every 3 hours to take care of the babies. And it's one of the most beautiful things you'll ever see. to see people coming in from the community holding tiny puppies and kittens and giving them a bottle. So we just started it, kicked it off this week. It's been incredibly successful so far. We have a lot of interest, and it is something that I think is going to represent saving at least 250 lives that we know we lost last year. So that is significant to us and to the community, I believe, as well.
Thank you, Dr. Nicole. Dr. Nicole's baby is also the preventative pet care clinic. She was so instrumental in getting this up and running. That has been her dream, as far as I understand, for years. And the fact that we were able to get it up so quickly, we have proven data to show that it is so much needed in the community. Now we just have to fill our positions. Once our positions are filled, then we are going to hit the ground running. We currently have 6,000 people in our lottery system that are waiting for these services. And once we get rolling, we're going to be able to knock that out pretty quickly to start to control the population, which was the intent behind all of this, was to be more proactive than reactive. We had this year, ending 2022, actually ending fiscal year calendar year 2021, we had 20,000 pets admitted into our shelter. We are the largest shelter in New Mexico. The second largest out of Las Cruces served 8,000. So that tells you the extent of who we serve, what we do, and this was done during a pandemic and being short-staffed. So, I have to say that our team is phenomenal. They work hard every day. My goal is to make sure that we're whole and to continue to add resources to make sure that they know that they're appreciated. And approving these budget items is really going to be a step towards that. So I'm open for any questions that any of you may have.
Thank you, Director. At the very least, I want to just start by saying, Dr. Nicole, you probably are going to have a new volunteer with Councillor Feeblecorn in all of her in all of her spare time.
Absolutely. I'll leave you my card, or if you all want to come down one day, we'll take you to it and get you nursing babies.
Councillors, any questions? Councillor Benton and then Councillor Feeblecorn.
Director, in our budget write-up, you mentioned that part of our challenge with hiring is that we don't have a school of veterinary medicine in New Mexico, and we're talking a lot about hiring and trying to recruit and hire. And I'm just wondering on that front, first of all, do our vet techs come out of that kind of program or elsewhere?
I'll invite Dr. Nicole back up.
Okay.
So right now, what we have in New Mexico is a veterinary technology program actually through 2 schools, CNM and PIMA, both have those opportunities. Unfortunately, you're exactly right that we do not have anything that is for veterinarians. Yeah. Our closest schools are Colorado, Arizona, and Texas, but nothing in New Mexico yet.
And are you like in regular communications with them and
we try
telling them how
hard.
Great we are here?
Oh my goodness, yes. So that's how we've gotten most of our recruits. We brought in our last vet from New Zealand, and so yesterday's interview, as my director mentioned, was someone from Seattle. So we do a lot of outreach to try and recruit veterinarians and bring them to New Mexico. We do have a lot to offer here in New Mexico, and we try to very much promote that, but realize that much like many of the other departments are experiencing, veterinarians are in shortage throughout the country, and beyond. And so really this is a nationwide epidemic, just like in many other professions. We find that veterinarians are actually leaving the field. It's become one of the leading professions for death, loss to suicide because of the very stressful and difficult elements that are brought to the profession. So because of that shortage, we just don't have as many hires available.
Thank you.
Yeah. Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I just wanted to start out with a thank you to the Animal Welfare Department. They've really kept going during this pandemic, and for our most vulnerable citizens in the city, the animals were still cared for every single day, and that's really important to me. And a lot of cities did not fare so well, and the animals in their shelters did not fare as well during the pandemic. And I also want to say that I think it's great that you've been so responsive to constituent requests. I think it's amazing that we're going to get a deputy director. I think the neonatal unit is awesome. I love the preventative clinic, and so I will be supporting your full funding request. I would, however, like to get you a little more money. There's one line item that I know I've talked to you about it before, but I will just point out that I'm going to ask my fellow counselors for support on this. You have in here a revenue of $85,000 for owner surrender fees, and I really feel that we should not be requiring surrender fees. I understand the concept, I understand the need and what you want to do with the money for it. I think we can find $85,000 so that you don't have to do that. My concerns around owner surrender fees are many, but number one, that folks will not bring their animals to the shelter to surrender them. They will just let them loose, and we've seen that in other communities. Number two, we are an open admission shelter. We are a city government funded shelter, and we tell people that we are open to all animals, and so I want to make sure that we continue that. And then I also have concerns that people bringing in strays or somebody that they found on the road would be asked to pay $20, which I don't think is right. We also might have some guardians who bring in their animals, and to get out of paying the $20 could say that they just found this dog on the side of the road. We would not get the medical history, would not get all the information we need about those animals. So I would just ask that you would be open to, if we can find this $85,000 somewhere, to not having that part of the plan. We can get you more money, and we can still do the good job that you're doing with all the surrenders that come through the shelter.
Madam Chair and Councillor Feeblecorn, believe me, we have thought of all those scenarios that you have thought about, and we've discussed them as a team. We've done some research against other public shelters, and we're actually lower in the fee structure that we're recommending as a revenue stream. For instance, Rio Rancho charges $35 for owner surrenders, Bernalillo County $25, and Santa Fe Public Shelter charges $50. So I think the idea around this was to give them time to think about the reasons that they are surrendering. We will have a mechanism in place to actually write it off if they absolutely cannot. We don't want any more than you for them to release them out into the community, because when they're released out in the community, then we have to send our officers out to get them. And although we're almost full with our positions, it's still a lot of work for our officers to be chasing down pets to bring them into the shelter. I think it was more about our community taking ownership when they are coming in to surrender. And then being able to start the conversation about why they're surrendering. Are there resources that we can provide them if they're surrendering, and actually helping them to understand what this $20 will go towards, which will be, dedicated to our Keeping Families Together program, which is our intake prevention program. That's kind of the idea around it. I think the important part of the $20 is going to be in how we communicate it to the community, that it's not meant as a punishment, but that when they do make a decision to adopt a dog and have a dog and then bring it into the shelter, that it is a big decision, and we want to give them time to think about it.
I completely agree with you on the fact that once you adopt someone, they should be members of your family, and relinquishing them to a shelter should be a really big decision. I think that all those conversations that you point out could be developed with people every single time they bring an animal into the shelter. But again, I really see many problems with a fee, and so I'm sorry to hear that you wouldn't want extra money if we can find it. So that's alarming. But thank you for your answer.
Thank you, Councillor Feeblecorn, and I always would love extra money for animal welfare. So, any other questions?
Councilors? Councillor Pena?
I just want to thank you and all your staff for all your hard work. I know when we did go on a tour, you addressed all those concerns, but I just wanted to say that it's going on a year for the first time ever. Like I tell people, I've never been a dog person because I kind of grew up on a ranchito, so animals had their purpose, right? So we adopted a dog almost a year ago, and I think May 15th is going to be the year that I've adopted a dog for the first time ever. I didn't think I'd last. I thought I was going to have to return the dog at first because I was like, oh my God, but no. We just love her. So thank you.
Well, that makes us very happy. Thank you, Councillor Pena.
Director, I will say that I was on the exact same page as Councillor Feeblecorn about the $20, so it's good that we had a discussion. I would like to continue a discussion with you about that because I felt the same way, and actually I was thinking, well, gosh, that $85,000, if you could just divert that over to salaries in your department, that would be encouraging, I bet. But there's also some benefit to what you're saying, so maybe we can work through how to make that happen while also figuring out a better solution too, so that we don't run the same amount of risks that Councillor Feeblecorn was talking about. One question I have seems very small, but can you elaborate a little bit on the $200,000 for the awning at the East Side facility? Is that going to be just for the entrance? Is it going to be for when you have adoptions? Is it what is that intended more than just an
I will let our operations manager come up and explain what that's going to look like.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the council, Joel Craig, Animal Welfare Department, Animal Programs Analyst. I'd be happy to answer that question and any others relating to facilities that I can. The awning proposal at roughly $200,000 is for our East Side shelter at the entrance area to come into the 3 entrances we have at that location. That location has 3 separate entrances, one for the clinic staff and citizens who are taking advantage of those services, one for the adoption lobby, and then one for the animal admissions area. All of those entrances do face westward, and in the afternoon they get very, very hot. And what we're taking into account is not only the comfort level for the individuals that are coming into the facility, but also the staff that work within those facilities. We currently have window film on those entrances. They're very large glass boxes, if you haven't seen those, and they do catch a lot of sunlight. We've done what we can to reduce the heat gain in those facilities and in those areas, but we really need additional shade for the comfort of the staff and the comfort of the public.
Thank you, that was helpful. And then the last thing is just with that list of improvements that have happened in the last year to all of you, I think that it's very nice to see such a reaction and improvements, and that was a lot of work to do, and I think that it's been noticed, at least by me, but I think by several of us at least. So thank you for that heavy lift, and here's to continuing it some more. Thank you, Animal Welfare. Counselors, shall we break for a little bit? You want to power through? Okay, break. So 25 minutes. Let's come back at 8 o'clock.
Thank you, counselors.
Thank you. Welcome back. If we can go ahead and get started on the second half of the physical goals for the budget, that would be fabulous. Everyone. Counselors, welcome back. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed dinner. For those of you that got it. Mr. Davis, are you up next to introduce our next department?
Yes, Madam Chair,
Oh,
environmental
wait.
health.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Davis. For the record, I want to say that Councilor Grau is excused.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Next up is environmental health. Mr. Angel Martinez Jr. Fiscal year 23 proposed general fund budget of 5.7 million, 39 general fund positions. The air quality fund is at 4.2 million with 31 positions. Included in their fiscal year 23 proposed budget is 702,000, creates a new division that will oversee the implementation of the cannabis program. 298,000 supports a task force to propose a solution to the air pollution cumulative impacts that overburdened communities face. And lastly, 2 positions are moved from Fund 242, the Air Quality Fund, to the General Fund at a cost of $113,000. And Mr. Martinez does have a few slides, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, council members, my name is Angel Martinez, and I am the Director for the Environmental Health Department. This is my first time speaking with you, so give you a little bit of my background. You know, this is my second go-round with the City of Albuquerque. I actually started my career at the Solid Waste Department. I was the first regulatory compliance specialist there, helped them open that up, moved over to environmental health, pretty much worked through every area there, and ultimately, you know, moved over to the Emergency Operations Center and then went out and consulted. Retired early, but then public service called me back, so here I am again. Yeah, I have a short presentation, and I'll stand for questions. You know, one of the things that you know I'm doing with the Environmental Health Department is really trying to, you know, work on our mission essentially. And right now, I can break that up into 3 different areas. That's environmental health improvement, public health, and community outreach and stakeholder engagement. You know, our goal, some of our goals and accomplishments for environmental health. And some of the things that I'm focused on when I just came on, and hopefully it'll move over to 2023, and that's to work on our data. You know, our department is data intensive, and you know, one of the things that we're lacking right now is essentially combining our data to be able to answer questions about public health, environmental health impacts, especially something that's really you know, important across the nation, and that's addressing equity issues and looking at cumulative analysis to do that. So my goal is essentially to look at all the things that we do, all the data that we gather, and I'm working also with the state and the EPA to also gather their data into our databases, so then we can start looking at some of these cumulative issues. You know, I want to mention that, you know, just a few hours ago, one of the big efforts, you know, statewide, and that was the Clean Car Rule. You know, that, you know, since we work under the State Air Quality Control Act, one of the requirements is that we stay consistent with the state laws. And so, you know, the state presented the Clean Car Rule both to the State Environmental Improvement Board and the Air Quality Control Board, and it was passed by both. So now we're going to be moving into implementing that program. You know, it actually takes effect with 2026 models, which, you know, usually falls in the fall of 2025. You know, in the public health area, again, going back to looking at our data, you know, I'm gathering essentially our lessons learned through the pandemic. You know, what are the things that we did well? What are the things that we really need to improve? You know, and then help, again, you know, redefine our mission, or, you know, if you know, to ensure that, you know, when we see these things again, you know, that we're better prepared. You know, I wasn't present at the time in environmental health. I was actually helping Mr. Whelan the last 2 years through the pandemic, getting services out for him. But, you know, the environmental health department did take, you know, frontline role in making sure that the education went out and, that we work with communities, with businesses, on all the pandemic issues that we faced. Some of the things also in public health that we're looking at is, really looking at new regulatory language. Obviously, we have the cannabis rule that ordinance that we're working on, and I can give you a little bit of a highlight on what we're looking at. One of the things, as you also experienced yourself, there was a little bit of confusion as to jurisdictional authorities and those kinds of things with that. One of the things that we did do is we got together with all the jurisdictions that essentially are going to be working with cannabis and have a specific role. And so we actually defined those and, put together a little matrix. And so moving forward, now that all the agencies essentially understand what the responsibilities are, I think what we're going to be presenting to you is going to be essentially a two general permit system, one that allows consumption and one that doesn't, and essentially reiterate, to the businesses, what applies and essentially who enforces those regulations so that they're also not confused with the process. So we want to make it as clear and as simple as possible. Also in the food service, I think one of the things that we learned through the pandemic is there's some new things that arise that, while they existed before, but in a relatively small scale. And those are things that we haven't really addressed to our food code, our public health code, and that's, areas that essentially feed the homeless people, and those are churches and, community groups and such. We've never really created any code for those kinds of groups because they weren't as vast as they are now. We obviously don't want to stop that from happening. We want to make sure that we support that moving forward, but we really have to also make sure that, that we keep people safe, and so we're going back and looking at how essentially we can create and rewrite some of the code to address that, because they're not necessarily like restaurants. They don't have the stoves, they don't have that. A lot of the food is brought in, a lot of the food is prepared at somebody's home and they volunteer it. So again, some of the things that we really hadn't seen before, but now we have more and more of those. In our community outreach and stakeholder engagement, we do have a new position, and that their sole job is to go out there and reach out to the communities. Through the pandemic, there's some underserved communities that really felt left out, and we did a terrific job overall, but there were some issues that we really found that we could get better at. Also, when we talk about cumulative issues, cumulative impacts, the big thing right now across the nation is addressing equity issues with environmental health stressor impacts. So we're reaching out to those communities to get a better sense as to what their issues are, what public health issues they're facing. And so we've deployed this person out, and so she's been doing a terrific job, and so we're bridging some of those gaps that we had before with the communities. The other thing that we do have is to make sure that we balance it out. We do have a very strong small business assistance program, and so we provide regulatory assistance to businesses, especially when new regulations come into play. New permit requirements, we'll help them through the process. And so we have a person dedicated to do that also. So we want to make sure we get both sectors of the community, and that's both the business and the community at large. With that said, I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Director. Councilors, questions? Councilor Davis?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and whoever runs the microphone. Director, thanks. It's good to see you in person finally, and welcome back to the city. It's good to see you. I'm really excited and really proud of EHD. Like, environmental health really stood up and led our pandemic response, and it really showed what a strong public health program can look like. And I think you helped the department, Dr. DeMena, all of the staff helped to understand and educate us and the public really about what environmental health does, right? Because most of us think of the red and green stickers. That's what we see on a daily basis, but there's so much more to it. And so I'm really glad to see that they're shining and that the administration wants to invest more in expanding those issues. And I'm particularly excited about some of the climate opportunities that we're working on. But I want to focus really quickly on a new program in the agency's proposal for the cannabis program. I want to ask, like, it's a significant increase for a new program, $700 to plus or minus $1,000 for this. How many new cannabis facilities do you expect to regulate with $700,000?
Well, we actually, if you look at the line item, we're asking that mostly as a one-time operating appropriation, and not necessarily at this juncture as a continued appropriation. And the reason we went that route, sat down with Dr. DeMena, and we really looked at a lot of programs. We looked at I looked at Denver's, we looked at Arizona's and California's, and we talked to all these people. And everybody has a very different program, and essentially based on where we're at, I think last I'd heard, we had well over, I think the number was well over 50 intents, for facilities. When I looked at California, the County of San Diego essentially caps theirs at 40. They have no more than 40. And so I talked about their issues and things like that. And so we basically proposed to get a manager for that program, one plan reviewer, and then just 3 inspectors, and then the vehicles associated with that. And again, we asked, it's there as that one-time operating expense, because I wanted to make sure that I didn't undershoot or overshot, essentially what our program is going to be like. So when we get the funding and we set up the program, we're going to, again, working with the partners at the state level and, at the city. And so, we're essentially going to pilot it and see essentially what it's going to take. We're kind of hoping it doesn't take much more than that. We kind of think that we could do it a lot more efficient than that. I think you can. But that's essentially why we're asking that money. But again, it's just under one-time operating expense.
And thank you, Director, and thank you, Madam Chair, if I can continue. Director, I think the reason I want to ask is the proposed cost for the program manager, the cannabis program manager, is $125,000. That's more than the cost for the state's cannabis program manager. Why do we think we need a high-level position like that for literally a handful of businesses in the city relative to the number of restaurants we deal with, the other public health interests? Like, that seems like an extraordinarily large amount of money.
Madam Chair, Councilor Davis, and the entire cost really applies to essentially the upper range. When you look at our positions, they have that range, but that's essentially the upper range of that E18. So essentially that's what, we're asking for the budget initially, but, highly unlikely that we'll bring somebody at the upper range. But again, part of it is to ensure that we get qualified personnel to do this. It's a new program, and so we're going to be asking a lot of this person. But again, that is the upper range for that level.
Madam Chair and Director, thank you. I appreciate that. And the responses that the department gave, I'm struggling with this because we have about, I think, 60 approved, and the planning department can look at me and tell me about in that department new retail locations. Those have been permitted and approved, but the environmental health proposal in your responses mentioned that it needed to develop zoning regulations, department regulations for zoning compliance, but that seems to be handled by planning, and pretty much done. And then it was going to do inspections for the cannabis manufacturing facilities, the ones that make the edibles or the consumables. And we have some proposed legislation that the administration has submitted and worked with that would align the city's inspections with the food safety, the food manufacturers like Bueno Foods and the big things. But how many new facilities do you expect those inspectors to have to inspect for food inspections for the edible facilities? Like I'm trying to figure out how do we get to this budget number is what I'm getting at. Like
right. The initial estimate that we made was essentially that, the edibles would be a big part of the industry, and again, something we hadn't really seen before. And so we assumed roughly about 80% of our facilities would sell edibles, so that would add, that's essentially where the number came from.
But is that, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, but Director, is that based on real data, or did we get somebody to tell? The reason I ask is I can make this shorter. I think this is a little too much. There are only 8 licensed cannabis manufacturers in the entire city. 4 of them have been in existence for more than a decade, and we've been inspecting them so that shouldn't add any new work. There are only 2 that are pending. So at most, we're adding 6 new facilities for edibles manufacturing, and so that seems like an afternoon's work for one person to me, because those inspections take about an hour, last I asked, and they said. And so I'm trying to figure out what the other 5 people and $580,000 do. And I want to say, like, I understand, I know the administration is anxious about this, but we have to remember that this is an industry that's regulated by the state, it's set up by the state, The Environment and Health Department's responses to the budget questions said that they intend to establish an intergovernmental agreement with the State Cannabis Control Division to strengthen the response to cannabis issues under the state's jurisdiction. Have you engaged the Cannabis Division in that conversation, and are they asking us to do that?
We've engaged in the, Madam Chair, Councillor Davis, we have engaged in the conversation with them. As I said, initially, when I covered that portion in the public health, my little public health spiel is, again, we got together with all the agencies and broke out essentially what everybody would be responsible for. One of the things that happens at the local level, and that's important, is that we tend to be the frontline, personnel for that, as we saw with, with COVID and what have you.
Right.
Whether we enforce it or not, we are the frontline personnel for that. And essentially, any information that's gathered during those inspections, it's essentially most likely is going to come from our inspectors. So we want to make sure that when we do the inspections.
But Director, Madam Chair, I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt. I'm just conscious of time, and I want to move on because other folks don't want to hear some other things that are also important, and I don't want to diminish this. I think it's important the city gets this right, but I think the administration's proposal here is a little much for a very small industry that's already set up. We've already permitted. We've been inspecting already with existing resources, and generally, the amount of work that we can do on our inspections is no different than the current building inspection. They have to do a fire inspection annually, which is more than any other, which is consistent with other businesses. But they have to do CO inspections annually. The state has to do monitoring. They have to be audited and inspected by the state on a monthly basis. I'm not sure what we're adding here. And so what I think I would like to have some more information about the data that was used to develop the plan, how many inspections intend to be done based on the number of licenses issued. And if this is really something that we need to do at this robust level, but there are other priorities in the city that I think are also equally important. And you pointed to so many of them as we're expanding our homeless services and need to help those folks. I'm not opposed to the dollars for the community public safety. I just think they seem to be overburdened into one industry that has not demonstrated a problem. Remembering that New Mexico has been doing this for 12 years, and we've not had an issue with any of the groups, organizations, or manufacturers here. And to my knowledge, not a single one of the new manufacturers is an unknown industry from the New Mexico cannabis industry. So it's not that we don't know them. They just added a New Mexico, an Albuquerque spot from Santa Fe, for example. So I think we're worried about something that doesn't really play out. And I just want to be sure that we're using the right data to project how much need we have. And I think we've overplayed here. But I'd love to have that conversation more about what that looks like before we get to budget.
Madam Chair, Councillor Davis, I'll make sure to get that to you.
Councilors, any other questions? Councilor Feeblecorn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director, thank you for being here. I have a question around the $298,000 to support a task force to propose solutions for cumulative impacts to overburdened communities. While I completely agree that we have cumulative impacts that are dramatically impacting the health and safety of people living in frontline communities, I just wonder why we need a task force to come up with answers to that. Since we do have the climate action plan, we have a lot of study. I think we all know the problem and the solutions that need to be done. And I just wonder if that $300,000 couldn't be spent on actually providing some assistance to frontline communities instead of yet another task force. I'm just tired of studies.
Madam Chair, Councillor Feeblecorn, that very good question. One of the things that, when you look at cumulative analysis, and I'll go back, it's somewhat of a separate animal than it is, the climate change issues and those kinds of things. Essentially trying to make a determination on equity issues essentially branches off Title VI of the Civil Rights Act. And there's Executive Order 898, which basically states that any agency receiving federal funds, any agency that essentially has federal delegation, which we do, can create a disparity through its actions. The complicated aspect of that is essentially gathering the information and creating a defensible process, by which we can make a decision. And then right now it takes a lot of data to get that, because it looks at not overreaching climate issues, but it looks at very specific environmental stresses where you look at a community and the first thing that you have to do is essentially identify if they meet essentially the parameters of what would be considered an environmental justice community. And so that's the first thing that you have to make a determination on. The second is you have to look at all environmental stressors at a more specific level. Essentially, anybody regulated under RECRA, whether it's a large quantity generator, small quantity generator, water quality issues, Superfund sites. So essentially, you got to gather the very specific community level environmental stressors as opposed to looking at it in a broader spectrum. And the idea behind that is that then once we understand that and we can measure and we understand essentially what the impacts of those stressors are to a specific community, not the entire state or the city, then we have to go back and say, okay, is our determination on this air quality permit adding to those stressors to a level that essentially creates a disparity, mind you, against another community that we have to measure as a comparative analysis. So the data is far more intense than it is just, like the overreach in climate change issues. It's basically getting down to the community level and informing the community and making a decision based on that. And not only that, the harder part of it is having a defensible decision if we make a decision not to issue a permit or issue a permit with additional conditions that go beyond, the Clean Air Act or go beyond the Clean Water Act or go beyond RECRA, because now you got Title VI of the Civil Rights Act as your measure. That's the difference. And right now, like I said, our data is not quite there yet. So we're gathering the community data. We're working with the communities. We're working with NMED. We're working with the EPA to try to figure out how to get this done. Because whether we do it or not, Title VI of the Civil Rights Act applies to us. It applies to our decisions. Right now we have 2 complaints in place. They're up in Washington. And so I have a requirement to find a way to answer those. And without me getting that data, I have no way of answering it. Without me getting that very specific data, I have no way of defending my decision if I decide not to issue a permit or issue a permit with restrictions beyond those acts. That's the reason for that. So it's a little bit different, actually quite different.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Director. I am just really sad to hear that we don't have that data. Our frontline communities have been in existence in Albuquerque for a very long time, and we know the problems. And the fact that we haven't focused on that and gathered that data already is sad. I do have one more question. In regards to the Air Quality Control Board, the hearing today, kudos to you and your staff. It was really great. But I noticed in the response to our questions on that, you did mention that after this hearing, you're going to be constrained on additional hearings because of a lack of staff. The American Lung Association just gave us an F on ozone. We're near non-attainment. I don't see a future where we don't have additional hearings and rulemakings. And so I just wonder what we need to do in the budget to get to the resources to you so that we can actually handle those rulemakings as they come, because they are coming.
Correct. Yeah, Madam Chair, Councillor Feeblecorn, no, great point. Right now I'm carrying roughly 17 vacancies. And out of the 17, I did put priority to, I believe I have between 10 and 12 that are either posted or going to be posted. I did restructure a few, so that's going through the process. So pretty much every position that I had vacant, I've already done something with it, so we're hoping that, we get a quick turnaround on that and that we can fill those positions. But yeah, right now our control strategy group, I'm down to 1 person. Typically I have 5 people in there. But again, I put priority on all those positions, and so we've done something with every last one of them at this point.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One last question on the climate action plan and implementation. I don't see a lot of additional funding except for the expansion of your staff, which I completely support. But I just want to make sure that there's not a need for additional funding to implement that. We spend a lot of time and energy creating that plan, but I'm concerned about implementation lagging.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Councillor Feeblecorn, again, good question. One of the things that we're looking at the sustainability program, and I think one of the things that we learn and one of the things that I really love about our sustainability program is that, just by our design, we're regulatory in nature. So we write the rules, we enforce them, right? One of the great things, and I think one of the best benefits that has come out of the sustainability office is that they get in front of that. They actually go beyond just the city borders. They go to the state level. They go to the additional counties. And they really push some of these programs, for that not only are attached to climate change, but now we're looking at all the other programs that we have here. So they're essentially tied, to the three things that I mentioned early on, and they provide services to that. So we sort of trim down the program to stay more focused on really trying to have a bigger impact. And so, so now we have, we broke it into energy. We have energy, we have transportation, and then we have waste or waste minimization. I come from the solid waste world, and nothing points to consumer impact more so than the waste that we throw out. I mean, just look at your trash can. That'll tell you essentially what your impact, to the environment really is through your consumer habits. So we focus on that. I think we're going to have a bigger impact, again, getting ahead of some of these issues, working with departments. So this coming year, that's going to be our focus. And, I'm working with Ms. Rader, a terrific person, on trying to, trim down that focus and really, get out and push some of those really, pointed issues that really give us a bigger bang for our buck.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions, councilors? Director, thank you very much for being here. Ms. Yara, Mr. Davis.
All right, Madam President and councilors, Madam Chair and councilors. The next department up is the Planning Department. Director Alan Varela is here. The FY23 proposed budget for the Planning Department is $21.8 million. That funds 187 positions. This year, the proposed budget includes $961,000 to add 9 positions in the Urban Design and Development Division. Another $1.2 million will add 10 positions to streamline and expedite the Development Review Service and Review Board process. 8 positions are proposed to be added in the Code Enforcement Division at a cost of $571,000. Funding of $1.9 million of one-time money is included for replacement of the posse system. Actually, I'm sorry, $600,000 of that is recurring money. And then the department proposes to eliminate the boiler inspection program for a savings of $153,000. I will hand it over to Director Varela.
Good evening, councilors, and very happy to be here. Sincerely mean that. I'm excited about helping lead the planning department into a new era of higher performance. I think they have done an amazing job doing their best to try to keep up with the expanding marketplace and development sector in the city of Albuquerque. The reality is that simply has not occurred. We all know that even though the planning department may be moving forward and on the ground running, that if the world is moving a bit faster than that, then we're falling behind. And so the theme and the title for our entire request is catching up and keeping up with service demand. Service demand for what, you might ask? Well, Albuquerque is comprised of 121,000 acres. About 8 days ago, the forest fires up north, the Calf Canyon fire and the Hermit Peak fire merged. About 3 days ago, those fires hit 121,000 acres, and they became the largest forest fire in the United States of America. That's the size of Albuquerque. Albuquerque is big. We're responsible for regulating the built environment on all 121,000 acres. That's 502 billion square feet. It includes 180,000 residences, homes, plus at least 34,000 businesses and commercial properties. That's a large area for a department to be responsible for. Our job is to improve the quality of life for residents by facilitating transparent, orderly, sustainable, and strategically placed development. We do this in a rather unique sort of way that is different, I think, than a lot of departments. One of the symbols that we used for today's program was a balanced scale there. We balance the competing interests of the development community, which is the future built environment, the one that's incoming, and all of our interests. We are the existing residents of Albuquerque with our existing business places. We're the neighbors that are going to need to live next to whatever is coming on that beautiful vacant lot next door to us, or that large view area where we're able to see the mountains before, and we're no longer going to be able to do that. We do that balancing very carefully. We also have within our department a court system. Other departments don't necessarily have that. We have the Environmental Planning Commission, quasi-judicial body. We have the Development Review Board, quasi-judicial body. We have the Zone Hearing Examiner, quasi-judicial function. We also have the Landmarks Commission, which is a quasi-judicial function. That gives us a unique relationship or connection to City Council, because when those decisions that are rendered in that setting get appealed, they come up to City Council, and then at that point you stop acting as a legislative body and you act as judges in a quasi-judicial hearing. So there is a unique connection between planning and the City Council. We appreciate that, and as a result of that, we know that we work together as a true team. We work very closely with all the planning staff on City Council, and we really appreciate the conversations, the debate, the diversity of ideas that our two groups working together use to come up with the best solutions for the city of Albuquerque. So that size of Albuquerque is a context for our requests. We need to strengthen the urban design and development planning services. With me today, in case we have detailed questions, is James Aranda. James Aranda is our deputy. James has a master's in planning. He is a board-certified, nationally recognized expert. As we also have MiKayla Renz-Whitmore. She is the division manager for urban design and development. MiKayla has a master's in planning. She is also a board-certified expert in planning. We have Shahab Biazar. He is a licensed engineer. Shahab is our city engineer for Albuquerque. We have Lan Clark with us. Lan Clark is our soon-to-be retiring, sad to say, very honorable chief building official. Land has integrity that goes on for miles and miles and miles. He's been a pleasure to work with. Land got a part-time job a few years ago, working his way up through some football refereeing stuff, and guess what? Now you're going to see him at NFL games on TV every weekend during prime time. So, Land, if I could, I'd like to just honor you in front of everybody here, because this will probably be his last council meeting. I also have with me today Jeremy Kaiser. Jeremy's my new deputy. Jeremy came from the Parking Enforcement Division. So Jeremy is very good at delivering bad news to people and getting them to correct their behavior. And so Jeremy is helping us with code enforcement, because we sure needed the help due to the size of the city and the number of residences and businesses that we have to take care of. Jeremy is helping Angelo Metzger. Everybody knows very well. You probably have him on speed dial. He is the person that we all call when there is something strange going on at a residence, cars on blocks in the yard, too many goats sitting in the back of somebody's pickup truck. Apparently now they're living there. A troubled commercial property, maybe on the west side. Every single one of you, I think, has contacted us, and those calls have gone now to Jeremy to help provide relief to Angelo and the team there. And so they have a very big job. The other request we have then is to help code enforcement by providing more code enforcement officers to go out into the field, as well as support that those field officers are going to need. Right now, the ratio of code enforcement officers that we have to each of those properties is 14,233 properties per one field officer. 14,233 that an individual field officer is responsible for bringing into compliance. It's overwhelming, frankly. People have asked, how do we stay optimistic? And I say, well, we're just optimistic to begin with. We know we're doing good work, but we also know we're not keeping up. That has resulted in vacancy situations, which I'm going to talk about in a little while here, because I anticipate that you'll be asking a question on that, and you should be asking a question about it. The other area we're asking for increased coverage is in our development services. In the last year, Albuquerque has gone up from approximately $550 million in developments to $650 million in developments. Albuquerque is starting to look like it's going to boom. We have large industries coming in. We have a housing shortage, so thousands of houses are going to be built. We all know that there's a big shortage here. We'll have to deal with some later, more complex issues, policy issues down the road together to solve these problems, density issues, et cetera. We won't get into those now. I'll see you plenty over the next couple of weeks for IDO discussions. But we also need help in that regard as well. It was mentioned that we're asking for money to replace the POSSE system. The POSSE system is a outdated, inefficient, unfortunately, software system that, when it was sold to us, was represented to be a state-of-the-art land use, code compliance software system that would interface with other city databases. Well, it wasn't. The company that sold it to us does not have that as their core business, and so we have been the ones who have been trying to figure out how to program that monster of a piece of software. Every time we touch something, it unfortunately breaks some other end of it. We found out, for example, that the 311 data, where people call in from the 100 and some thousand possible complaints they may issue per year, they call 311. That data has not been translating correctly over to the POSSE system. It is impossible to fix that interface. So we're looking at replacing that entirely with a more modern system. MiKayla Renz-Whitmore and several people have been attending demonstrations of that. If we get the funding, we're going to provide something that interfaces properly with it. DTI is on our task force for that. We're looking at programs that may even improve 311 and be applicable to other departments. One of our goals is to make sure that it's user-friendly. Can you imagine, as city councilors, if you were able to go to your district and click on a map that would show you all the developments going up in your district, all the permits in your district, the status on each of those, the code enforcement complaints in your district. Punch in a property, instead of saying, hey, Alan, give us the story on, XYZ on Central, you can punch it in and you go, wow, those people have had 3 violations in the last 4 years. They're actually set up to go to court in 2 months. That's really good to know. So that is what we want to do with our software system. So I'm not going to belabor you with too many details, but I do want to just hit the vacancy rate before we jump into the open question and answer session. And I've got to tell you that it really bothered me. I think that a healthy vacancy rate is 7 or 8%. Out of every 100 people on the planet, 7 or 8% of them are either getting ready to retire, they're moving away, they're tired of working, they're injured, they're sick, something's going on in their lives, and they're not going to stay in the workforce. So when I see vacancy rates that start looking like they're in the mid-20s or even close to 30%, I get really alarmed. So when I came in, I got a hold of the list, and I taught our HR manager at the time how to actively work that list. She then moved to a different department because I think our workload was a little bit tough for her. We went a few months without another one, so I was doing it. We got one in just about a month and a half ago. She's been fantastic. So of the apparent 36 vacancies, and if you guys want to talk about any of them in particular, I'm happy to do that. 10 of those are in the hiring process. Most of those start next Monday on the 7th. And every single one is advertised. Most of them now have candidates that are lined up for interviews. And if not, we've extended the advertising because we didn't get applicants for it. But in fiscal year 22, we had 167 funded positions. The actual vacancy rate, when you look at the people that are coming in next week, is 26 people, not 36, which gives us an effective vacancy rate of about 16%. 16% is still not as good as that ideal 7 or 8, but we're going to get there. And the way I'm going to get us there, I think, is two paths. One is retention. When I got to the planning department and I was on Zoom calls with the people, I was seeing over their heads brown stained ceiling tiles. With everybody saying, well, it's been that way for years. Nobody fixes them. We're hoping that was a water leak and that's why the thing's brown up there. We went and changed the ceiling tiles. We fixed up people's offices. We were tripping over carpet that was knotty, ragged. You couldn't re-stretch it because it would just simply fall apart. I can't even imagine the bacteria content in those carpets. So we're replacing the carpeting in the building. Some of my dear employees, said, Alan, look at our water fountains, calcified water fountains from the 1900s, you know, which wasn't too long ago, but it's fun to say. Calcified water fountains from the 1900s. We've replaced those with a type where you at least walk up, it's clean, it's sanitary, and you can put your water bottle in there. So we're doing everything like that to make the built environment, which we're responsible for the whole city, pleasant for our employees, to show them that we care about them, we appreciate them, we want them to stay. So that's part of what we're doing. During the first few months that I was at the office, we had a lot of, you know, we have all these field people, inspectors, code enforcement, et cetera, engineers. They park their city vehicles at city lots, and in the morning they'd have to drive to the city lot, pick up their city vehicle, use it during the day, drop it off. Well, 17 of those vehicles were vandalized. Either catalytic converters were stolen or the gas tanks were drilled and people were stealing the gasoline. And so what I did is I set up a kind of a rigorous screening program, and we started allowing people to have take-home vehicles. We accomplished two things there. One, I think it provided a worthwhile benefit for people, and I did give them the lecture about don't be the one who blows this for everybody. And two, we haven't had vandalism since then. I think that's another way we can, with an easy reach, make the work environment more pleasant for people so they stick with us. So if people will just stick with us, you'll see this vacancy rate drop. So that's one path, retention. The other is we're going to have to go get people. The days of posting an ad and waiting for the magic to happen, I think are gone. And so MiKayla and crew have been to UNM, they've been to job fairs. Eventually, you know, and Shahab's been having a tough time getting some what they call pre-engineers, or people graduating with an engineering degree to come work for us. We'll probably have to, in the long run, start thinking about scholarship programs, beefed up internship programs, things like that. We're going to have to grow our own. You know, that's the way. I was inspired when Councillor Sanchez was asking APD what their plan was, and they said they discovered that if you take CSAs, the community safety aides, and really beef up that program, you kind of grow your own because they then become police officers. So maybe we can do something like that with engineers and with other highly talented people. So I think we're definitely on the right track. The team and I are here to answer any questions that you may have. And once again, very happy to be here.
Thank you, Director. Councilors, any questions? Councilor Sanchez?
Thank you, Director Varela. Madam Chair, I just really like the fact that you said you wanted to retain, and you're doing some stuff for these employees to make sure that they stay in and stay happy with their jobs. I think that's a really big step in the right direction, so thank you for that. That's going to save money all the way around. You keep that institutional knowledge within, and I appreciate that.
Councilor Jones?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Director. I only have one question, but it's a big one. For months now, actually over a year, I've been hearing complaints from developers, builders, that it takes months and months and months to get plans through your department. What are you down to now? You don't have to explain why. I think I understand why. When you don't have personnel, you can't get plans through. What is your length now to get a standard set of plans through from a 30,000 square foot office building, and what do you expect it to be when you get this perfected?
Can I ask you, and Council Chair Bassan and Councilor Trudy Jones, to distinguish between getting a building permit for completed construction documents, or do you mean a development approval for a development plan?
Development approval.
Okay. The average turnaround is 4 months.
Now,
yes.
thank you.
And some do take much longer. Some do take much longer. Some are taking shorter. We set up a gatekeeping system recently because we found that when people were waiting on approval from New Mexico Department of Transportation or the Water Utility Authority or Bernalillo County, if there was some aspect of that they would come in with their application for us, and it could linger for 6 to 12 months while they got the other approvals, and it was really hurting our numbers and our reputation, really, and kind of clogging up the pipeline there. So we set up that gatekeeping system. That's been helping quite a bit. We're also, because people said, wow, you're throwing us to the wolves, we're not. We're using our influence with the Water Utility Authority. We got them to shorten their processes, so that instead of going to, I believe it was 2 board meetings, they can now get it acted on administratively and only have to go to one board meeting, so they sped it up. Director Montoya, who I've worked with now for quite a while, has a lot of good connections with New Mexico Department of Transportation. So does Acting Chief Administrative Officer Lawrence Royale. So do other people within the city. We're working to do the same thing with New Mexico DOT. We go ahead and check and do the nudging so that we can hopefully get those faster.
Thank you. And if I may, Madam Chair, one more. What is your goal? What time frame would you like to have on this process?
I would love, because time is money for everybody, and it certainly is if you got money on the line in a business, and that's what those are. I would love to be able to turn things around within no more than 90 days. I think if somebody's doing a $10 or $20 million project, it does require some careful study on our part. We do have to look at the traffic studies, make sure that if there's infrastructure that has to be built, expanded roadways, et cetera, that those are getting built, expanded utility lines, that happens. We also have to look at their drainage plans. Even though Albuquerque, 121,000 acres, is high desert, water does run downhill eventually to the river, and when they're building uphill from you, it's going to come your way somehow. And so we have to be very careful on how we do that, especially as we accomplish our goals of infill within the city. We're starting to see the city get filled in more and more. We look at, I believe it's the 1980 boundary for Albuquerque, and that's how we measure infill in one of the older geographic borders of the city. And we're seeing that stuff start to get filled in. So we can't rush it because of the careful studying that has to be done, but I would love for it to be 60 to 90 days. I think if I had a $10 million deal on the line and somebody said, hey, you know what, 2-3 months, we're going to get through there. It might be faster, but at worst case scenario, we're going to get you to a fast yes or a fast no with your options. That's my goal.
Thank you, sir, and I would hope you would get it to 60 very quickly. We need that business, and we need the tax money in the city. Yeah. It sounds like we're making a bunch of money, but it's never enough to do what we have to do. So thank you.
Councillor Davis.
Director, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Look, I want to follow Councillor Sanchez and say, you and I have had a chance to talk about a couple of positions that you're working on and working through to make the process better. I've seen it firsthand. You're doing a great job in trying to work on the retention issues and to keep your staff encouraged and to add those. And so I really want to commend you. I think your focus on that as the director has been really dynamic in the time you've been there, and I appreciate that. I also heard you say, I'm counting now, this is number 6 of our directors or speakers that have mentioned something about a need for recruitment. So I'm just placing that flag back in Director Romero's lap in a minute. I think we ought to do more about recruiting, and I think you guys have shown that we've got to do that long term. I do want to say I'm really excited to get rid of Posse, whatever it takes to throw that thing out. Count me in, bring me back, whatever you need. I know you're looking around the fall. If we can do it next week, that's great. But I think that's a game changer, not just for making things smoother and more efficient, but it is the transparency. It's great for us as counselors, but more important, it's great for folks in the community to see what's happening. When somebody submits a permit, they can follow it, they can see where it is, and neighbors can see that. We've been asking about that. I appreciate it. I have no issue with using the vacancy savings last year to improve the environment. But again, I'm going to beat the same horse and say, but I think this budget is better because we know where the vacancy savings are, we know where the new positions are, and we're not planning to use those for operations. I think if there's other stuff we need to do at Plaza, let's talk about it and be sure that we're funding that appropriately or wherever your folks are. But it was a lot of carpet, a lot of building tiles, a lot of equipment, and if there's other stuff, let's finish that so that it's a place people want to be. But I really want to be sure that we have that you have the funds you need and the resources to fill those few vacant positions that still remain, and hopefully the 29 others that are coming. And we're not counting on those lagging hires to fund other operations. I don't see that in your department this year. I just want to say thank you for working on that and make that point that we want to watch that together. Thanks. I'm glad you're here. I think you've been an excellent and a great voice for the planning department. I'm glad that became permanent this year.
And Chair Bassan and Councillor Davis, I very much and sincerely appreciate that. I know how to ask for money that I need, so trust me, if it was not for personnel, we would have additional money on there and would be able to justify it, I think, perfectly well for you. We want to get the best tools we can in everybody's hands. It's a way of modernizing and speeding up things such as, and it's kind of exciting, inspections of a roof. We have right now one working drone that goes. We found out in the high winds now that drone is a little too wimpy for what we need. So we were shopping today for a better drone, and we're going to shake loose some money when we get our third quarter report in a week or two, so that we can buy sturdier drones for the people that are out there. But I see a time coming when our inspections can be done through drones, when they can be done under your house with a rover that's got a camera and a light on there, so people aren't crawling on there anymore, dealing with nails sticking out of a floor joist or black widow spiders, anything like that. And I also see a day coming when you can call me and say you got your new water heater installed, and I say, well, turn on your phone, let's have a little Skype session here or something like that. Show me exactly how it got hooked up. Show me that it was strapped down correctly. Show me the drain pan for it. Put a level on that drain pipe so I can tell that it's at the right angle. Okay, you've passed your inspection. Click, you're done. As opposed to people having to drive out for all of those.
Thank you, Director. Any other questions? I just want to add that I think it's impressive you can say quasi-judicial 3 times fast. Thank you very much for being here. We will move on to the next one.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Next department up is Transit, another enterprise fund. Ms. Stephanie Dominguez is the interim director. FY23 proposed operating budget of $62.8 million, 485 positions. The proposed budget includes a general fund subsidy increase of a minimum increase of $584,000. $8.7 million of personnel appropriation is restored. That was covered from the FY22 CARES funding. 3 parts worker positions, 3 bus stop maintenance workers are added at a cost of $372,000. This is offset by $87,000 in contractual funding. $800,000 is included for temp contractual services for vehicle servicers and central corridor security. And finally, a Sun Van paratransit study and zero fare assessment combined for funding of $400,000. And Mr. Dominguez is here with a few slides, Madam Chair.
Good evening, councilors. I'm excited to be here this evening, Madam Chair, councilors, to talk about transit. Just wanted to go over what we've done in FY 2022. Our ART corridor improvements continued. We installed canopies at 3 stations, East Downtown, West Downtown, and Old Town. We also opened the San Pedro station, which is up and operational. We are excited to report that we are seeing an increase in ridership. So far this fiscal year for fixed route, we're seeing that increase of 27%, and for paratransit, 87%, so quite a big increase there. We, excuse me, I have allergies. We also upgraded our transit application, so now we utilize Transit the app, which is used amongst other transit agencies across the nation. So if you're traveling, it just updates automatically. It gives real bus time. Schedules are easy to use. It's also available in 3 different languages, so English, Spanish, and French. We also updated our text-to-ride function. So now, previously, when you used text-to-ride, you only got the scheduled bus time. Now you get the predicted arrival time, so it's much easier for our passengers to use. It's also available in Spanish, so we're excited to should just expand our language access for our citizens. And much commendment to our staff to continue to provide the vital service of public transportation during COVID-19. They just work hard, from the drivers to the customer service agents to the mechanics and custodians. They just have worked really hard during the pandemic and continue to do so. And of course, finally, in January, we launched our Zero Fare pilot program. Really excited to hear some of those positive impact stories from the community. So I was very thankful for those public speakers this evening. Moving on to our next slide, some projects that we're excited to talk about. For this fiscal year, we have our route study, which is being conducted by Jarrett Walker and Associates. It's taking a really deep dive assessment of our current operations that we have. We're going to go out to the public and get some input about what citizens would like to see. That's phase 2 of the project, which we expect to kick off in late summer, early fall, with the next phase being recommendations that we will bring to you all, hopefully by the spring of 2023. We also have our bus transition plan to zero emissions. So we currently have 5 electric buses. You know, our goal is to get the entire fleet to a zero emission status. We work with a consultant, the Center for Transportation and the Environment, CTE for short. What they're helping us do is really develop that plan, identify funding opportunities for us to make that transition to zero emissions, as well as look at what type of infrastructure is needed. And you know, infrastructure is in terms of on-route charging or just charging stations themselves. So we are excited to have both of those projects going. And I do have a few staff members here. I have Bobby Cisneros. He is our Deputy Director. I also have Chris Payton, Associate Director, and Karen Lopez, Fiscal Manager, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director. Councilors, any questions? Councilor Feeblecorn and then Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is around the transition to zero emissions vehicles. We have 5 now. You said your goal is to get to 100%. What's the timeline on that?
So it's currently in draft form. So the goal that we have right now is 2036 for the bus fleet and 2030, excuse me, I'm getting too close, 2030 for paratransit vans.
And what, in the budget, what do you have to spend on paratransit electrification in this year?
So right now we're reviewing what we may have available. We are looking at some of our, one opportunity for funding may be the ARP funds. We're also applying for the Lono grant. That will be for electric buses. That grant is due at the end of May. So we're gonna be requesting an additional 5 buses and 5 en route charging stations.
Madam Chair, I guess I'm just a little confused as to why that's not an operating cost that you're asking for in the budget. You know, the idea that going to electric vehicles is some kind of special project and is not the core of what transit is doing is confusing to me. And I was confused when I didn't see that in the budget. Can you talk a little bit about why we only do this if we can get funding outside of the city?
So, Madam Chair, Councilor Feeblecorn, that is a really good question, and I think it's kind of good to maybe kind of give a brief overview of how we purchase fleet vehicles. So specifically, buses and paratransit vans. Historically, we've always used federal funding. Federal funding typically covers 80 to 85% of our revenue vehicles, and then the other percentage is supplemented by local funds. So that's part of CTE's function, is to really help us make sure that we're applying for grants and utilizing federal funds in the best way to help us reach this zero emission goal.
So we have no funding for this year for paratransit transition, just to be clear, nothing yet.
Madam Chair, Councilor Feeblecorn, let me invite my Associate Director, Chris Payton, to kind of assist me with that.
Thanks.
Madam Chair, Councilor Feeblecorn. So Stephanie is correct in that, you know, the majority of our funding comes from federal funds, about 85%. And we don't have any money currently set aside in our FY23 budget for vans coming online. I guess one of the challenges that we're seeing with vans right now is it's relatively new product into the market. There's a company up in Loveland, Colorado that's taking vans right now and outfitting and kind of retrofitting them. So they're starting with a fully functional gasoline van, and then they're converting it into an electric van. And the cost of that is about double what the gasoline van is. And the other problem that we're just kind of looking at, and we're getting help from the consultants on this, is the cost and then as well as the range. And so I think those are the challenges that we're looking at, we're addressing. We're using this consultant to help us out with that. And then if we can feel like we can get those things accomplished, as well as Ford, you might be aware of, Ford is working harder on developing the electric chassis and everything. and they anticipate that to come out in 2024. And so I guess with those things happening, we definitely feel like we're on the cusp of it and we're getting very close. But we're just not quite yet there to take the leap.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. The transition to electric vehicles has to happen. It's part of the absolute need to meet our climate goals. Those vehicles are available. I think I sent your director a list of 11 companies that are providing paratransit vans in the rest of the United States. So again, same as earlier, this is an opportunity for us to do the right thing, to save money, and to meet our climate goals. So it's unfortunate that we're not.
Councillor Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Dominguez, got a couple of questions. My father actually retired from transit. He did 32 years driving a city bus. And one of the things that I was curious about is he's not a fan of the zero fares. We also have other family and friends that have actually worked in the transit department, and also some folks in the family who have left based on the fact that the zero fares has caused the bus drivers to have a lot more difficulty doing their jobs. And just recently, somebody I know very well left the department after 15 years of service, and that's what he was citing as the zero fares. What are you doing to retain the bus drivers, and also what does a bus driver make per hour, and what's their salary range scale?
Sure. So I think, Madam Chair, Councillor Sanchez, I think across the nation there's driver shortages. So we really want to make sure that we're one of the things that we're really trying to do when an individual leaves the department is try to make that contact with them, see what their concerns are. What can we do better? Really making sure that we're doing the best that we can to make any internal changes. A lot of times we hear that it's cited that individuals are leaving for better opportunities. Within the public sector, the wages aren't as competitive with the public sector as they could be. And I am happy to talk to you about the current wages that drivers get. Let me just go over to my salary schedule. We had a pretty successful negotiation in the last union contract negotiation. We have a pretty good working relationship with the union. We meet with them on a regular basis, and that gives us an opportunity to hear any concerns that they're hearing from the drivers, and just other ways that, discuss ideas on how to recruit individuals and then retain them as well. So currently, one of the big changes that we made in the last union negotiations is that we changed the structure. And so, we were, when I came to the department, we were looking at ways that we could, again, retain drivers, and pay was a big one. And what happens is it's classified at a step, and it was really difficult to progress in steps, go higher in steps, unless you left the department and came back. So it was really almost hindering your ability to grow as far as pay goes. So what we did is we negotiated a contract that now, based on the amount of time that you've been with the department, you actually move up to each step. So currently, the motor coach operator, and I think this includes the 2% adjusted COLA, so I just want to make sure that's clear. Probationary wage is $15 an hour. Step 2, which is end of probation through 3 to 3 years, is $17.15. And then when you hit that year 3, you go up to $21.13. Another thing that we were seeing with that was that we were losing CDL drivers to other city departments. And so we kind of looked at that wage and said, okay, what could we do to make sure that it's equitable to what other departments offer CDL drivers?
Thank you.
Councilors? Thank you very much, Director.
Thank you.
All right, we will move on to the next department. For the record, please let it reflect that Councilor Pena is now excused.
Madam Chair and Councilors, the next department up is the Legal Department. Steve Aguilar is our city attorney. Tonight, to fill in for him is Miss Lauren Keefe. She is an assistant city attorney. Legal's FY23 proposed budget is $9.6 million. That represents 79 positions. They also have a few grant-funded positions and grant funding of about almost $2 million. This budget includes 5 full-time positions that were created mid-year worth $675,000 with a little bit of offset in the supplies line. They added 2 policy division positions for $186,000. $105,000 was used to increase and convert the domestic violence coordinator position from temp to permanent full-time position. And a $202,000 increase in the general fund will take care of the 2 FTEs that are rolling off of the Kellogg grant this year for OEI, or the Office of Equity and Inclusion. Then another almost $200,000 for related contractual and tribal relations expense. I will go ahead and hand it off to Ms. Keefe.
Madam Chair, members of the council, thank you. So I am Lauren Keefe. I'm special counsel in the legal department. I'm actually happy to be able to introduce myself because I know I started showing up at your meetings about a month ago and I haven't really met some of you, and so I wanted to introduce myself. Also, since others introduced some of the people who they brought with them, with me tonight is Kevin Morrow, who will help answer any questions if they tax my historical knowledge, since I have been with the city for 4 months. And also Michelle Melendrez will be addressing the Office of Equity and Inclusion. So I'm just going to briefly highlight some of the accomplishments of legal in FY22 and then stand for questions. The 2, I would say, biggest successes are ones that you already know about pretty well. City Legal settled claims with 4 opioid manufacturers. Those settlements will bring in $23 million to Albuquerque for opioid abatement over the next 18 years. And we are in ongoing litigation and negotiations with other defendants. City Legal also resolved the lawsuit with the state for reimbursement of the gross receipts tax. That deal netted $10 million and ended that litigation, so it saved potentially years of ongoing litigation over that issue. Some of our other accomplishments are harder to quantify, but they're equally important. The litigation obtained positive rulings in 17 cases, dismissing those cases. They also resolved another 60 cases through settlement. The Municipal Affairs Division helped its departments negotiate and draft contracts, and some of those contracts resulted, for example, in traveling art exhibits. They resulted in agreements with Amazon. They resulted in interconnection agreements for downtown facilities. And just today, as Director Martinez mentioned, City Legal spent the last 2 days arguing in favor of the clean car rules successfully before the Air Quality Board. City Legal for the past several months has been drafting new regulations to address the Cannabis Regulation Act. The Employment Division has had a really challenging couple of years dealing with COVID-19 and the changes in city policies, the changes in law, and has had to go to state court on many cases. The Compliance Division has continued to work with APD to try and get us into full compliance on the CASA. IMR 15 is coming out in 2 weeks. We expect it to be positive, to be a vast improvement, and we are going to continue to work with APD to find the light at the end of the tunnel, to the actual end to the CASA agreement. We've been working on that, going paragraph by paragraph to determine when that could actually become reality. We've also initiated wage theft actions against some employers who failed to pay their employees, and we obtained some default judgment against restaurants who had not paid their service workers. Julian, if we could go to slide 4. I want to address the policy division in some detail because that's where our budget addition requests are for. But before that, I wanted to, no, the next one, the chart. Slide 4. I wanted to address a question that was raised by Councillor Lewis a few weeks ago in regard to the balance between outside counsel and in-house attorneys. And over the last several years, we have made a concerted effort to establish more in-house attorneys and to reduce the outside counsel contracts, as you can see in this chart. But you don't see that change, another change in that reflected for FY23. I mean, I think we've reached a point where we've already reduced the outside counsel contracts. We decided to maintain the status quo. However, you had asked if that's under evaluation. It's really always under evaluation, but we do intend this year to look once again at outside contracts. We always look to see, should we be doing something in-house? Should we be doing it outside? What's the most efficient and best way to proceed forward? So we have added multiple positions, and most of them are in the policy division. The policy division acts as kind of a bridge between the various departments of the city, the administration, and often the public and various constituents in the public. And it helps press forward some initiatives that previously would have been handled by a department or by the 11th floor, but now the policy division is there to work with each department, to work with outside constituents and move these forward. And one of the prime examples is automated speed enforcement. The managing city attorney within the policy division worked with DMD, worked with the city clerk, worked with APD, reviewed the contracts, did legal research, and worked as something of a program manager to keep goals in mind and keep everything moving forward so that could be accomplished and could be accomplished in an equitable way. We were really focused on making sure it was not only done, but it was done, in a way that the city could be proud of. And I actually think that may stand as a really model program if it's successful. So what we've asked for is to add a new attorney to the policy division and administrative support for the policy division, which we don't currently have. And so with that, I will stand for questions.
Councillor Lewis.
Madam Chair, thank you. You mentioned about the, I think you mentioned the consent decree agreement and the city legals just rolling that and combing through that. And would you state that again? I'm sorry, I just missed it, and I thought it was good.
Yes, Madam Chair, Councillor Lewis, and I can't really go into too much detail here in a public forum, but we have been working with APD to, we worked with them all year to move it forward. We're expecting a positive report in May, and we're working with them to examine when and how we can bring the CASA to an end.
And I just appreciate you saying that. I think understanding the role of the city attorney's office to that we're the defense and you represent, the city is the defense, and legally you all obviously know more than anything of how that agreement can end and wrap up, and so that's just good to know that I know that's not. I mean, not that you weren't already. Obviously, it's just good to know that that's a big part of your role, and that's what you're doing, and the focus, and helping to be able to identify an end and a completion to that agreement. So anyways, thank you.
Thank you. Councilors? Thank you so much for being here and sticking with us. Don't worry, there's more.
And Madam Chair, I believe Office of Equity and Inclusion also has a slide.
Okay, perfect.
One more slide.
Ms. Melendez, did you want to share?
Sure. Good evening. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the council. I won't keep you long. Just wanted to thank you for your support and ask you for your support for moving two of our core functions into the general fund that have been supported by a generous Kellogg grant over the past 3 years, and as well for a little bit of contracting money to help continue our tribal liaison role.
Thank you. Any questions, councilors? Well, thank you for the update.
All right, next up is Human Resources. Madam Chair and Councilor Davis. Head Director Anthony Romero. FY23 proposed general fund budget of $7.6 million with 26 positions. Risk Management Fund $2.2 million with 6 positions. Group Self-Insurance Fund $101.5 million with 0 positions. That's for medical insurance. Employee insurance fund at 7.9 million at 13 positions, and that's dental and vision. The proposed budget includes one-time funding for 500,000 for a classification and compensation study in the general fund. An adjustment of 9.2 million is to cover claims and operational expenses associated with increased medical insurance costs, and that's in group self-insurance fund. And lastly, fiscal officer position is added and funded at a cost of 101,000 in the employee insurance fund. And I'll hand it over to Mr. Romero.
Good evening, councilors, Madam Chairman, all councilors. Anthony Romero. I am very privileged to be the HR director with the city of Albuquerque. And I just want to let everybody know that I'm very pleased each time I get to be in a room with my coworkers to hear all the great things that they do for our community. It really is amazing to see what we do as a team together as a city. It's always very humbling for me to hear what my colleagues do on a daily basis, and I've worked alongside many of them for the last 23 years of my career with the city, and am just really excited to be in this role. I understand that there's a lot of challenges that are facing the city as a whole, and a lot of those challenges deal with staffing, which falls squarely into the department that I get to work with every day. I brought with me an amazing group of people who work on the daily operations of HR. We're not simply talent acquisition or employment and compensation, but we are also oversee the insurance and benefits team. We have an employee relations team that oversees relations with our 8 collective bargaining agreements that we have throughout the city of Albuquerque. We have the promotional process for our public safety, APD and AFR groups, our employment classification, and so we do many things at the department level. So with me today are our new deputy director, Patricia Tafoya Harris, who's been with us for about 3 months, Mark Seiss, who oversees our insurance and benefits division, and Tanya Gallegos, who is our fiscal manager. And so just real quickly wanted to discuss one of the asks for the classification and compensation study. I think that that's well needed. It's well overdue. The last time we did something like that was in 1999 when I first started the city at the transit department. And I think that now is the right time to do it. I think we've heard at the last Cal meeting, counselors, I've met with some of you in 3x3s talking about the hiring process, some of the things that we're doing. But the focus that the department really has in front of us is really the theme of recruitment and retention. And so this class and comp is going to sort of springboard us into that discussion. We're going to be looking at an outside third party, looking at how competitive are we at the city of Albuquerque in our jobs. Our classification and compensation systems have not been looked at in over 2 decades. So it is definitely time. We have a large number of different pay plans. Some of them have numerous steps. Some of them, like the blue collar, have only 2 with longevity. So doing a classification and compensation, I think, study will really help us tremendously in dealing with some of the issues. To start with, it's not going to be the fix it and end all, but I think it's part of the components to help us deal with what we're all hearing on a regular basis about staffing shortages and the challenge. And with that, I'll go ahead and stand for questions.
Councillor Davis.
It's quick, I promise. Director, thank you first. And again, like I always want to say, your department is the one that touches every city employee, and you know, even your folks, and even we get to use your folks, like your benefits staff helped my family this week navigate an issue. So I do appreciate it, and they've always been responsive and helpful. I want to highlight when we do something great, and just to be sure that we let everybody know it's in there. I think it was great that the department took the initiative to create its own EEO investigator to sort of deal with some of those, the increasing numbers of labor complaints. It's great if we can get somebody on that quickly internally to keep up with the new timelines. I think that's going to prove out to be very beneficial if it hasn't already, so I hope we'll continue to do that, and so congratulations. Two things I want to discuss. First of all, timelines for hiring positions. The world is hard to find people in the private sector. The public sector is even harder. But we had some conversations last year through the budget and interim budgets about shortening the timelines for some departments in terms of how long it takes to hire somebody. We were north of 120 days in some departments, and for somebody looking for a job, that's not going to cut it. And it doesn't make us competitive when we're trying to recruit. There were some initiatives that were discussed, and I'm curious where we are in that. We've heard from some departments tonight that it's still taking that long. Other departments have shown us that they're doing much, much better. And I wonder if you can just very quickly give us the highlights of what's working, what's not, what's changing, what we can expect to get that number down to sometime reasonable between the time somebody wants a job and before they starve to death.
Madam Chair Basan, Councillor Davis, right now, so our original goal when I first got to the department, we were looking at around 118 days. We did a phased approach, which was a very good idea and a very bad idea at the same time because we are having a difficult time keeping up with different departments that started off in different phases. But we're getting ready to wrap that those phases up. We'll be hitting the 1 year mark in September. But right now, if we look at just the raw data from a time to fill position is when a position is advertised to when it is authorized and signed by the CAO, we're standing our average at about 99 days today. Yeah. So we have some departments that are going through the hiring reform process, going through the workflow that we gave them to, if they're working a vacancy report, as you heard some directors talk about, and they're following it through the process with our recommendations, with the process flow. We have a department like Senior Affairs who has done about 80 hires in the last year, and their average is 42 days.
Well, and you had some experience getting
So,
that done too.
so
Great.
that's where we're at right now. Okay. And obviously, we're not saying that that's an acceptable number. We're going to continue working with that. I think another theme is partnership with the departments, and our team really working very closely with each of the departments, working with the HR coordinators. Each department has a bit of a different setup. Some have 3 HR coordinators, some don't have any. And so HR is always willing and able to help whenever there is a vacancy, whenever HR coordinators are out on FMLA. We will step up to help the department in any way that we can, and we'll continue to do so. I will say that this initiative really highlighted several improvement opportunities. And so part of what's going to be coming out of this is a hiring process in the form of administrative instruction. And I think that's going to also help us decrease our time to fill position.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director. Yeah, I think those early numbers are really helpful, and I hope we get to see that. I hope you'll keep us informed as that moves forward so that we can stay on top of that. My other one, of course, is just wrapping up all those other questions. And it's not really something that I think we'll solve tonight, but it's something I think we ought to really look at in terms of figuring out how to fund. We've heard lots of requests for recruiting. 2 years ago, the former CAO sat down and asked us, Councilor Pena and I think Councilor Benton was there as one of our budget chairs at one point, to put $500,000 into a hard-to-recruit program and figure that out. We saw some success with it. It was a lot of public PR, but also some innovative practices in departments. But really outside of public safety, I don't know that we have a lot of dedicated city staff or teams that do just recruiting, right? We've heard each department's trying to figure that out as a second job for somebody. But in this market, it seems like it's probably that time. And I know there were at least 2 white papers I know of asking for recruiting specific positions. I really would love to hear more from HR about how we could develop a recruiting core with people who have real experience being recruiters that could be adaptable to the different departments and the different needs. I know that's a big ask because we are so special, but the real job of recruiting is so important in figuring out those alignments with CNM and PIMA, and building those pipelines is hard to do as a second job when you are also running a department or managing a team. Or not on the right shift, right? And I'd really love to figure out how we do that. And I just want to place that flag maybe with the chair and with our staff and say, I'd love to think about a white paper for that. Maybe that's run by HR or somebody else to figure that out, whether we put money in reserve for that for the year as a pilot or whether we do that as a mid-year, but something to really beef up those efforts within the agency so the people doing the work can get back to doing the work, and the professionals in HR can really focus on building those partnerships, because it's really frustrating and sad when we hear somebody say, we found a great candidate. I spent the vet who spent all this time working with the PIMA team. That's time she's not in the office working in our shelters with our folks. And then she may find a great candidate that would be fabulous for ACS and not know how to hand that person off, or not that person in particular, but having a real core I think would be helpful. I saw that so many times in these budget answers, and I'd love to hear see if your team could help us figure that out.
Madam Chairperson and Councillor Davis, we would be happy to have those discussions with you, and just making sure that recruiting is one of those very tall orders right now. One of the really innovative things that we did that I have been really proud about, and it's going to continue to grow, I believe. Councillor Pena took advantage of it before in her district, is the employee hiring bus. We partnered with DTI and Transit to make a mobile bus to go out into the communities and sort of get people to apply for a job and get feedback from department subject matter experts and HR folks. And so recruiting is a huge thing these days.
Any questions, counselors? All right. Thank you very much, Director. Judging by the looks on everybody's faces, you are all riveted. We have 2 more departments, so thank you for hanging in there, and then we'll go ahead and start our agenda, just as a reminder. So for those of you that need that reminder, we're not done after these 2 departments.
All right, Madam Chair, we have 3 more to go. I'm going to go through 2 of them, actually. So I'm going to cover city support and Department of Finance. First, the city support department is kind of a conduit for debt service and some special projects. Really, the only thing of substance that sits in there is our early retirement program. So right now, city support is budgeted at $58.2 million. We were able to decrease our subsidy to the Lodgers Tax Fund debt service this year because Lodgers Tax revenues have picked up so well. So no more subsidizing that fund by $1.2 million. We had to increase the admin fee payment expense for our GRT admin fee. We pay about 3% to the state to collect that and remit that to us. So as our GRT revenues go up, so does our expense. So we have to appropriate for that. Funding for the early retirement program has increased by $1 million this year. We are seeing a lot more retirements in COVID and coming out of COVID. Just people wanting to get out there, do their retirement. And that is contributing a little bit to our staffing issues as well. $1.6 million will be transferred into the Vehicle and Computer Replacement Fund. $800,000 will be transferred into the CIP fund for our new budget software. That product is called Questica, and we're currently working with the ERP team to get that project implemented. And some one-time transfers of money to different funds, $5 million for city vehicles, $10 million for capital projects in DMD, $3 million for housing vouchers at Family Community Services, and then $5 million to support leader projects, which we reviewed last time. I'm going to move on to the Department of Finance.
So our proposed budget is $12.1 million. That represents 85 general fund positions. We have a variety of other funds, internal service funds that include 43 positions at $61.1 million. In the general fund this year, we're just asking for an additional amount of money, $391,000, to help us implement replacement for our contract tracking system. This system was homegrown, I think, maybe even in the late 80s. and Miss Bradley is like holding it together like this before it breaks. So very needed project. I spoke about the Questica project. There's some money funded for that as well. We are asking for a senior buyer for the purchasing division at $81,000 and a budget manager for Mr. Davis's shop at $160,000 to help him manage some of those higher level tasks in his shop. I mentioned that lodgers tax and hospitality fee revenues have been on the increase, so we are increasing our appropriations respectively by $2.4 million. The Risk Management Fund has a few small asks this year, $298,000 to replace vehicles and equipment at the police gym. There's not a vehicle at the gym, but a vehicle and some equipment at the police gym. And also the addition of a safety compliance specialist for $90,000. The Risk Management Fund is, just for the new counselors, is funded by internal service revenues that we collect from the other departments. Fleet management, as you know, it will be moving over to the General Services Department, hopefully. With your blessing, the increase in that fund has to do with fuel, $2.1 million. And then all of that is going to be transferred to the new department. I mentioned the Vehicle Computer Replacement Fund. There's just $500,000 for our continuing PC refresh program for DTI, and then another $1.5 million for city vehicles. And I'll just move on to the next slide. I want to just take this time to introduce my managers and staff. They've been waiting here patiently through today's meeting. First of all, I just want to thank Marina Salazar, the fleet manager. She has been in my department this fiscal year, but will be moving, and so thank you. And then I just want to just tell you a little bit about my department. Of course, we're kind of work in the background. We're responsible for collecting, investing, counting, dispersing monies, and also protecting those resources, not only our cash resources, but our employees as well. So in the accounting division, Ms. Donna Sandoval, she's our controller and my deputy director. Please stand up so they can see you. Thank you. Of course, you guys know Mr. Lawrence Davis and our budget analysts who have stayed, and Ms. Borner, of course, our city economist. Purchasing, our chief procurement officer, Jennifer Bradley. I think most of you know her. She handles all our RFPs, contracts, P cards, all kinds of stuff. Risk management, they're the ones who protect our resources and our employees. Jeanette Chavez is our risk manager. Also, just want to point out that Alan Gutowski is our risk finance person. They have a lot of finance issues there. Well, not issues, but things to handle. Right, we need to get that money out. Treasury, our treasurer, Ms. Celia Aguilera, you know her from all our bond issues and such. Chief Investment Officer Chris Daniel, I don't think he's here tonight, but you guys, oh, he is, I'm sorry, Chris. Sorry, Chris, I didn't see you. And then our Performance and Innovation group is headed by Haley Kadish. I'm sorry I didn't ask her to stay. I'll have to apologize to her. She heads our Performance and Innovation group. So just wanted to talk about my staff a little bit, and I'll stand for questions.
Thank you. Counselors, any questions for city support or finance?
Yay.
This is where you get lucky when we get
Thank
worn
you.
out, right?
Thank you.
All right. All right, aviation. Let's see how lucky you get.
Aviation. Last but not least, another enterprise fund, Mr. Richard McCurley, Director, FY23 proposed operating budget of 69.2 million, 298 positions. The proposed budget included the FY22 mid-year creation of aviation tourism and marketing manager, 166,000, and elimination of a parking attendant position for the land side operations manager position with the savings of 50,000. $346,000 increase for the interdepartmental agreement with APD, and finally $408,000 for 5 positions to support Sunport activities in construction and telecommunication. Mr. McCurley has a few slides.
Being the last, I'll try to make it short. So I'm calling this the runway to recovery. Just give an overview of what's been happening. As we all know, 2 years ago, we were pretty much devastated by the loss of our revenue streams. Fortunately, we were able to get additional grant money from the FAA to help support us during this time. So with that, if you look at the first slide, we were allocated $49 million made available through reimbursement requests. Recently, we've received $18.3 million of that money. We still have $31 million available that we can get reimbursement over the next 3.5 years for that. We're targeting that. We'll probably put in for 22 at the end here, about $10 million for that, and then ongoing from there about $8 million so that we can fully recover that additional $31 million. So in that runway to recovery, 3 areas I'd just like to talk about is that, we ensured that there was a safe environment for the traveling public as it continued to grow. In that, I have to recognize 2 of our teams. That was our maintenance team and our custodial team. They're on the front lines working with the public out there during this COVID time. So I really want to recognize them for the outstanding job that they did. Next area that we looked at was financial stability. That's where we're getting into this, we're gaining back our revenue streams. We have this money available, the $49 million. So when you look at that, our net revenue numbers were pretty good if you look at what the loss was for us. 21, we had a $5 million net revenue. This year, we're looking at probably about $28 to $30 million conservatively for net revenue. That includes some of this money that we're going to be getting from the grants. And then 23, we're looking at about $25 million in net revenue after we pay all of our operating expenses. So the final thing is, if you look at the final slide, that gives us our operational employment activity for the airport. As you can see, we steadily have climbed. FY20, we were looking at 73% average for the year. FY21, we drastically dropped. Our overall average for the year was at 37%. FY22, right now, we're at 83% of our operational activity. And right now, for March and April, we're looking at about 88%. So we're on a steady climb. We're looking at about a 1% climb for each month for the following year so that we can get back to 100%. But now, in that, what we're looking at, there's some factors that we have to take into consideration, market forces. As you've heard, there's staffing shortages, pilot shortages. They actually had announced recently that they're looking at retirements, another round of retirements, so it probably will affect the market. As we know, they're having a lot of shortages. And then you have, we talked about fuel earlier, you have the fuel costs. So we're looking at those things that may affect the market and the operating activity at the airport. And then let's see, the last thing is that in that when you're looking at our operational numbers, let me see if I can find that real quick. The last thing was that we were just looking at our operational activity numbers, that when you look at over this time and the steady increase, I have to give a shout out to another team that has been handling our kind of our revenue stream areas for concessions, marketing,
air service development. It's been hard to get new air service development, yet we're able to capture the Burbank market when most were pulling back and retracting out of the markets and everything. We're actually able to get additional flights. So I have to give a kudos to that team also. And really, that's it. Any questions?
Thank you,
Try to make
Director.
it short and sweet.
Any questions, counselors?
Of course, I have one quick one, Madam Chair. Our staff asked for.
Hang on, I'm going to go to Councillor Benton first. Thank
Yeah,
you.
so we're talking about all these shortages. Now we're going to have a pilot shortage. So how can we help with that? We might as well pitch in with all of this. I guess HR could help us out with that as well.
Go ahead, Councillor Davis.
Madam Chair, Director, thanks so much. I think one of the line items that our staff noticed in the budget hearings was that the airport operations travel budget increased from $25,000 to $195,000 in next year's budget. Where are y'all going?
That was an error, clerical error that we're getting corrected on that.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you're not going $200,000
No,
worth
no,
of somewhere,
no.
because I want to go if we're going that
You
far.
want to go with this? You Hawaii
If you
trips.
be sure we get that corrected number back. Thank you.
Yes.
Director, do you have any idea what that number is?
While he's walking up, I just want to acknowledge that we have our new deputy director here. He's been on the job 6 weeks. It's Brian Boyd. He's our operations deputy director.
Madam Chair, Councillor, so the travel budget will remain at $25,000. The movement of the money should have actually went to the contractual budget to pay for some expenses that were being moved out of another division for IT expenses specifically.
So is that still an adjustment that needs to be made?
Yes, it will be made, and I'll get with budget. So what happened was there was a typo in the account number when we submitted the paperwork.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, any other questions? Okay, thank you so
That's
much.
it? All right, thank you.
For hanging in there.
Making it quick. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Yara, Mr. Davis, anything else?
Madam Chair and Councilors, that's all of our presentation tonight. If we have any other questions, and thank you very much.
All right, thank you. We're going to move on to agenda item A. It's never been more fun, has it? All right, agenda item A is Councillor Benton and Pena, 024. Councillor Benton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 024 is amending the municipal solid waste rate table to incorporate the FY23 residential rate increase in the rate appendix. I move deferral to May 12th.
There is a motion and a second for deferral. Any discussion, councilors?
Mr. President, or Madam Chair.
Councillor
Sorry, it's
Lewis.
getting late, Madam Chair. Is this first? Was this on the last? So this is the first introduction to this, and I would assume the first time people have seen this. In any way, let me be the first to make a comment on it. Then, I really think that this is, instead of enforcing and illegal encampments, this is the city raising the rates of every taxpayer, everybody who has a home, a renter, businesses, to pay for these illegal encampments to be cleaned up. And I think the only way this is going to just kind of get through is the fact that we don't believe that anybody's paying attention to this, to be honest, because I really believe that if the people in the city and taxpayers were to really understand this and know this is going on, I think they think of it as insanity, as City Hall is in a bubble, out of touch, and just has completely lost their minds, to be honest, that this is what we're going to do. We're going to accept these illegal encampments, we're going to let people live in the parks, and then we're going to raise your rates, everybody's rates, so that we can clean up after them. Hopefully the people in the city understand what we're doing, and in the next week before we actually vote on this, that we get some input from people on this.
Director Whelan's here. Let's have him.
Director Whelan, if that's,
Thank you,
you don't
Council
mind.
Chair. Councillor Lewis.
So, yeah, this will be used to really split the city into 4 quadrants: northeast, southeast, southwest, northwest, just so that we can have a dedicated encampment crew, cleanup crew, illegal dumping crew into that quadrant, so that they can kind of daily monitor that quadrant to address any issues. So that's what this will cover.
And Madam Chair, and Director, you're doing what you've been at, what your boss has told you to do, so I'm not faulting you on that. But your boss by policy has said that we're hands off of these encampments, and let's go clean up after them. And by the way, City Council, let's charge everybody in this city another, more, for their trash pickup every month. So that obviously is the policy of your boss, and I hope that the people in the city have a chance to weigh in on this over the next week before we actually vote on this.
Council Chair and Councilor Lewis, part of it too is just an environmental health thing. Because it's just not homeless encampments. Prior to a lot of these homeless encampments, we used to deal with a lot of illegal dumping in the West Mesa area. However, through the pandemic, we started noticing a lot more illegal dumping throughout the city. And this was happening not because of encampments, it was just happening, people were just putting stuff out on the street. And so we were already having to address those issues. So this is just an extension of that. So there are other issues other than just encampments, but encampments are a part of it.
Thank you, Director.
And I think that's why that's acceptable. That was for a lot of years. We've understood that certainly there's trash in the West Mesa and areas that unfortunately we've got to spend some money to do that. But this specifically, you're requesting more crews specifically for the purpose of cleaning up after these illegal encampments that the mayor refuses to do anything about. So again, I understand exactly what you're doing, and I don't fault you at all, Director. I mean, you're doing exactly what your boss is telling you to do.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Jones?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to have a bit of a definition of what clean up after them means. Does this mean that we're going to move them and clean all the human waste and all the trash? And are we going to just kind of scoot them around like dusting under a table? Or what are you going to do?
Council Chair and Councilor Jones, currently we follow the city's encampment policy. So basically, if an encampment is reported, there are several ways you have to categorize an encampment. If it's deemed an immediate hazard, the encampment is addressed right away and the people have to vacate that area. And then whatever is left there, we do clean up. And after they vacate, we clean it up. If it's not deemed an immediate hazard, there's a 72-hour period where we give them notice right away, and they have 72 hours to move from that location. And unfortunately, whatever's left there needs to be addressed.
Madam Chair? So actually, we're not accomplishing anything other than moving them a couple blocks.
Council Chair and Councilor Jones, we do, because when we first make contact, Family and Community Services goes and they offer them resources. These are all the resources that the city has to offer you. And that's in the initial contact. And then within those 3 days, Albuquerque Community Safety usually goes back in as a follow-up to reiterate what resources are available, what's available to them, the West Side shelter, and all the other areas they can go.
Okay.
What do you think your rate of acceptance of that offer of assistance is?
Council Chair and Councilor Jones, that would be a question for, I guess, Family and Community Services. We don't do any of the follow-up of those. We just go and they do the initial contact. Once the people are removed, then we go and address what needs to be addressed.
So therefore, no one really knows and follows up at all.
Council Chair, Councilor Jones, I believe Family and Community Services does keep those kind of numbers because they work with the providers that they have contracts with.
But they don't know that you've told them to move along or clean up. I mean, they have no idea where those people came from.
Council Chair and Councilor Jones, they do. If they go through our providers, I think I understood your question correctly. So when the call comes in, we have 4 Family and Community Service reps that will go, 1 or 2 will go and they'll give notice, it's tracked, and then they offer the services. If at that point they accept services, the Family and Community Service people are right there to connect them with the services like Street Connect or our other providers. If they don't want the services at that initial point of contact, they're given 72 hours to vacate the area, and that's where ACS can do a follow-up, or within those 72 hours, they can contact for resources.
Okay, I think I'm kind of confused here. So first you told us you gave them notice and then they moved on.
Oh.
Or we can call Family and Community Services and they come in and they give them notice and maybe they move on in 72 hours or so. I'm kind of, there's a little too much in there for me.
I apologize, Councillor
No,
Jones.
I'm
Council Chair,
hearing
Councillor
well.
Jones, let me walk you through the process. So they
Thank you.
rate, we rate, there's a, for the policy, there's like a level 1, a level 2, and a level 3 encampment. A level 1, I think, is an immediate hazard. So if a call comes in to our department through the 311 system or through the city system, we have an initial contact. There are 4 Family and Community Service employees that are housed within solid waste to help us. So as soon as the initial call comes in, we get eyes on the camp. And if it's an immediate hazard, then those providers go right out with us. They tell them, hey, here's the services that are available, but you guys have to move right now because this is deemed an immediate hazard. And that's when they have to move on, either to another location, or they just have to move, or they go to services. Now, if the call comes in and it's not deemed an immediate hazard, so maybe a level 2 or a level 3 encampment, then those same providers, they have a list, they'll go out and provide the 72 hours, offer all the resources that are available to them, and let them know that they have 72 hours to vacate that area. Within that 72 hours, Albuquerque Community Safety will then go in between and make contact again.
And what happens if they don't move within that 72 hours?
Council Chair and Councilor Jones, if they don't go within that 72 hours, then we do have to go and remove them, whether it's with Albuquerque Police Department or City Safety, or just with the employees telling them they have to leave because we're there to pick up whatever's there.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Benton?
So yeah, this is an interesting discussion, but we do need to keep in mind, this is an enterprise fund. This is a cost to the enterprise fund of something that's going on. So I think Councilor Lewis is correct in that other decisions are being made about how we give notice and how long people are allowed to be there. But for this department, it's an ongoing and greatly increased cost. And that's what this is about directly. So I appreciate the conversation. Just a explanation of why I'm a co-sponsor of this. Not a defense of any specific policy.
So I have one more thing to say on this, very short, but I just want to say that since being on council, and particularly in the most recent times, there's a lot of things I've learned about solid waste and the efforts that you and your team and some of these other departments are doing. So I just want to say thank you. And there was a time where I thought solid waste was those big trucks that drive down my street and they pick up my 2 or 3. We have a big family, so I have 3 and I pay extra for it. But you know, we have the 3 dump. Like, I thought that's what solid waste was, and I thought it was a great perk for the green and clean kind of thing, where we got it the next day or 3 times a year or whatever. I didn't quite realize all the things you do, and I can't imagine how hard it is for you and your team to keep doing that. So regardless of why we're necessarily doing it, I think that there's other ways that we're all trying to sit here and figure out. I also recognize that there's plenty of medians, there's plenty of corners and places in the city that are not just encampments. So I appreciate that, and I recognize a big significant part of it. So I look forward to further discussion on this next week after we get done with the deferral on this. So if you can, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, and my comments have not been very long, to be honest, but the presentations have taken up most of the night.
Go ahead, Councillor Lewis. Thank you.
But this is also the first time we've heard this bill tonight, too. So, and that's the whole point of this, to be able to discuss it, correct? Yeah. It's unfortunate that everything that was said tonight, Director, about you and your department, you all do a phenomenal job. It's just unfortunate that this is a part of what you have to do. And so, and it's a policy decision by the administration. Possibly supported by this council, but I do think it demonstrates that the decision makers at City Hall, at least to the public's perspective for something like this, have got to be just completely out of touch, completely in a bubble, not understanding why we would not enforce our encampment laws, illegal encampments, And by the way, this is very specific. This bill is very specific, or these extra funds are very specific, and they are to add specific crews to pick up and clean up after, not the West Mesa trash. I mean, this is specifically to clean up after homeless encampments, illegal homeless encampments. And so I just think it's pretty important that the taxpayers in the city and the people understand that and know that, and that we have a good amount of discussion regarding that. So again, Director, thank you for all that you do, that your department does, and unfortunately, right now you're stuck with having to do this as well. So thank you.
Council Chair and Councilor Lewis, thank you guys, and we look forward to the discussion and answering any questions you guys have in the upcoming days or at next week's meeting.
Councillor Benton to close. Councilors, all those in favor for the deferral, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Motion passes. We will move on to agenda item B. R21 is adjusting fund and program appropriations for operating the government of the City of Albuquerque, appropriating capital funds and authorizing changes to the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 appropriations for the purpose of pandemic response, pandemic recovery investments, and support for vulnerable populations. I move a deferral to May 12th. There is a motion and a deferral to May 12th. Councilors, any questions or comments? All right, all those in favor, please raise your hand and say yes. Yes. Any opposed? Okay, we'll move on to agenda item C, O25. Councilor Benton or Lewis, do you want to?
I'll move deferral to May 12th on item item C, O25. And this is authorizing the issuance and sale of the City of Albuquerque GRT improvement revenue bonds in one or more series in an amount not to exceed $90 million to finance the costs of designing, constructing, reconstructing, rehabilitating, renovating, modernizing, signing, enhancing, and otherwise improving certain capital improvements, including road infrastructure, recreational, affordable housing, public safety, property acquisition, and public buildings, and paying expenses related to the issuance of the bonds, et cetera. So that's what the bill is. And
I'll second that. Thank you. Councilor Sanchez?
Yeah, the only question I have is I just want to just bring it up and just make record of it that I'm really looking to see what's happening in my district in reference to this bill. And I know we're going to have some discussion over the week. So, but I just wanted to make sure that my district is going to be included as well.
And Councilor, I think that if you want and if you're willing to reach out to any of the co-sponsors, I know that it would be great to hear from you regarding which projects. And I think it's the intention of us as sponsors to work on passing this out of committee next Thursday. So if we can do so before then, I know I would greatly appreciate it. But I'd be happy to work with you on that as well.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments or discussions about this? All right. So we have a motion for deferral until May 12th. All those in favor say yes.
yes.
Yes. Any opposed? All right. Thank you very much. We'll go on to agenda item D, R34. This is Bassan, Benton, and Lewis, R34. Do you want to, Councilor Lewis?
Sure, Madam Chair. I move R2234, amending the Adopted Capital Improvement Program for the City of Albuquerque by approving new projects from the proceeds of City of Albuquerque, New Mexico Grocery Use Tax Improvement Revenue Bond Series 2022.
I'll second that. Wait.
And Ms. Chair,
Did you move?
Madam Chair, I'll move deferral to the next meeting.
Thank you. Okay, I'll second the motion now. Any questions or comments, councilors?
Just as an explanation for anyone who's listening at this late hour, this is related to the previous bill that was just deferred with the GRT bond sale.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilors, all those in favor, if you'll raise your hand and say yes. Yes. Any opposed? The motion passes. Agenda item E is R24, appropriating funds for operating the government of the City of Albuquerque for fiscal year 2023, beginning July 1st, 2022, and ending June 30th, 2023, adjusting fiscal year 2022 appropriations and appropriating capital funds. I would like to move a deferral to May 12th. There is a motion and deferral. Any questions or comments? All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes. Yes. Any opposed? Agenda item F is R25, establishing one-year objectives for the City of Albuquerque in fiscal year 2023 to meet 5-year goals. I move a deferral to May 12th. There's a motion and a second. Any questions or comments? All those in favor, say yes. Yes. Any opposed? All right. Well, here we are. You get 2 hours for Cinco de Mayo. This meeting is now adjourned.